morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the day 2 of US-based workshop from concept to implementation. So I hope that you have a good afternoon yesterday, despite the weather was not very nice. Sorry for that, apologies. Hopefully today is a bit better and you enjoy a little bit better the workshop with regard to that point of view. Yesterday we didn't wrap up because it was a long way and long day and a lot of discussion. So I would like just to summarize a bit what we have been going through yesterday in the workshop. So we have started yesterday workshop with the main building blocks of U-Space, the concept, the basic, and why we have U-Space and where we are coming from. And then we went into a long set of reviews of roles and responsibilities from the different actors in the U-Space aerospace. So we started from member states and competent authorities, aerospace risk assessment, coordination mechanism from the U-Space coordinator. And then we went to the different actors on the Common Information Service, ATSPs in relation to the dynamic aerospace reconfiguration, USSPs, UIS operators, manned traffic in U.S.-based aerospace, in uncontrolled aerospace. And we finalized the day with a little presentation on quality and continuity of services and performance requirements in terms of integrity and availability. So this was a very detailed presentations followed with question and answers session in which we have very interesting questions from all of you here present in the room and also online. So thank you very much, because that makes actually the time workshop actually is interactive. It's not a conference, it's a workshop. And this is why we wanted to keep it like that, so that we have at least half an hour session for question and answers at the end of each block. So today we have again another very intense and hopefully exciting day ahead of us. And again, like yesterday, we will be making sure that we keep the timing, because we want to finish today is Friday. Everybody wants to catch their flight back home, or trains or cars or whatever, or feet or bike. So we want to finish really at 4 latest. So we will try to keep really, and I will be sure that we will be keeping the clock very precise. So we have, again, as I said, a very intense and interesting day. We will start with the U.S.-based services. And then Stefan will guide us through the potential evolution of AMCs and guidance material based on the feedback that we have received from all of you in the past month, and also from you yesterday. We will take, obviously, all this feedback to yesterday and today into account in this evolution. Then we have, in the afternoon, we will go through the single CIS and USSP certification framework process. And here we will go also on the details of initial certification, continuous oversight, SMS, organization management systems, safety assessments, safety support assessments, software, cyber. And we will be finalizing with a discussion on onboarding process. So we will have coffee breaks in between, and will need to be kept 15 minutes so that we can have really always half an hour minimum of question and answer sessions and at the end of each block. And in the afternoon, sorry, we will not have coffee break, because otherwise we don't finish at 4. But yeah, just feel free to take water or coffee in the room. So I don't waste more time. We start straight away with our next speaker. So we have here Benoit Cardy. You know him all. Is the head of section of strategy and innovation from FOCA, the Swiss Civil Aviation Authority. He is not here with us, but we have the pleasure to have Amanda Burkholt, also from FOCA, and is the deputy head of Benoit. So Amanda, the floor is yours.
And just to say that Benoit is attending remotely. So anyway, he's with us and provide comments and support if any is required. But sure, Amanda will perform.
Exactly. So if you have any really sharp question, just do not hesitate to write directly on the chat on Slido. He will be really happy to answer all of them. So I have the pleasure to introduce you what is Network Identification Service. So the Network Identification Service is a real-time data service. It's not a tracking service. This needs to be understood by everyone. It provides several information, so the registration of the UAS operators. Yesterday we had a question about, but what happened if I have several unmanned aircraft with the same UAS registration number? It's not that bad because it will also provide a serial number of an unmanned aircraft, which is unique. So it will display both of information. And then it will display live flight data of the UAS. I will come on what is live flight data in the next slide. And it will provide all this information to authorized users. So we have the USSPs for obvious reason. They need to have all data to share to the other USSP. So the US operator can have access to all information. To the general public. Why the general public? Because of matter of transparency. We want to increase transparency to the general public, also to increase social acceptance of drone operation. Obviously, they will not have access to all information and all data. This is up to the competent authority to decide what kind of information we want the drone operator to share, the USSP to share with the general public. Then those information will also be shared to the ATSP. They may use those information. Why? Because when they, for example, performing a dynamic airspace reconfiguration, they want to be sure that there is no drone operation in those specific portion of the airspace, so then they can give clearance to the manned aircraft. However, they cannot use the network identification service information to do separation between crewed and uncrewed traffic. This is not foreseen, it's not their role nor their responsibility. Then those information can also be provided to the single CISP. This is foreseen by the regulation, but honestly, I don't really see for now the use case, but maybe there are some use case for that. And to the other competent authorities, obviously for other obvious reasons, for example, to the police, for law enforcement, for example. So the 945 regulation is talking more about direct identification when it comes to Bluetooth, Wi-Fi. So some class of drone needs to have those the system in the drone. But the use-based regulation forcing more that the transmission may be mostly performed by GNSS LTE, so 3G, 4G, or by ADSB out. All the indications are in the MC that refers to the standard, the ASTM F3411 2028 standard, but I will talk about the standard a bit later. Some drone may not have this kind of capacity to have GNSS LTE, so some technology exists. So there is some add-on devices. A lot of companies are already providing them. So there is no change to be done directly in the hardware of the drone. You can just buy, as a drone operator, small add-on devices. About the live data of the UAS, so it will provide, obviously, the geographical position of the unmanned aircraft, the route course, the emergency status of the unmanned aircraft, and when there is no built-in technology that can do this automatically, the operators can trigger this emergency status manually. Then the altitude and the height of the drone. This is up to the USSP to convert the height above the WGS 84 ellipsoid to height above mean sea level, MSL. And then the last live data is the type of UIS that needs to be provided. Yeah, it's a beautiful photo, so you can see it was done in Switzerland. So it's obvious what is reading here. It's in an AMC, so the service must be switched on as soon as the UIS flight authorization service is activated and lasts for the duration of the flight. What does this mean? It means that even though your flight plan is foreseen for 3 hours, you have submitted this request to the UIS flight authorization service and they give you the authorization. And you only need these 2 hours, just please switch off the network notification service after the 2 hours. You do not need to wait the 3 hours of the end of your planned operation. Then the USSPs provide the UIS operator with the UIS network notification and geographic proximity of the relevant UIS operation. So geographic proximity is defined by the risk assessment performed when designated use-based airspace, or there is some value, and the ASTM standard, they can also give you some advice on that. What is also important here to highlight is that it is up to the UIS operator, depending on his type of operation that he will perform, to directly say to the USSP what data of the network identification service he needs. The USSP will provide him with all data that is with all that data that he has, but the USSP then needs to see what is really necessary for him. I will not deep dive into this data flow, but just it's for you to have this general overview on how the flow of data will go to directly to the operators. So here you have network notification service, and so there is two methods to gather those data. So first one is to integrate the network notification service data directly in the traffic information service. So it means that the operators will receive both crewed and uncrewed traffic displayed at one place, or you can directly receive only uncrewed traffic and crewed traffic separately, so via or the network notification service and the traffic information service. So you can have two flow of data and not only one. One word about the standard ASTM F341122A. I will not spend too many time on it because obvious reason, but so there is several AMC in the AMCGM that refers to this standard. It only refers to some part of the standard, so to not all standards. So it refers to the data exchange interface, for example. So this data exchange between USSPs. It refers to the data access. So it means that for the provision of aggregated data to the authorized users. There is one GM about the interface testing. So it allows you to verify if the service or the part of the service, the standard respect the use-based performance requirements. Side note, with the Linux Foundation, we developed an automated testing tool based on those specific part of the standards. So you can test the service against the standard to see if it respects as well the use-based performance requirements. What the standards do not explain is how the UIS operators need to share data to the USSPs. So these need to be regulated in an SLA directly with the USSP. So that was everything for network notification. So I'll probably have a lot of time then for my colleague Andrew. So we probably need 50 minutes for UIS flight authorization. So I think I can go directly in the next service. Oh, yeah, okay. So again, normally Benoit is the working group leader for this service as well, but I have the privilege to be here to explain this service to you. So what is a GeoRunner service? Actually, it's a service that can be used prior and during the flight. Why prior? Because you can have the overview on all airspace constraint, all geozones, for example. And why during the flight? Because the UIS operator will receive during his flight the possible dynamic restriction, for example, that can be performed or that can be triggered by the HEMS or a police officer because, for example, of an accident. So it means that This GR1 service can also be used as a tool to establish some kind of dynamic airspace restriction. And it means that it will be providing some privilege or some delegation of competency directly to some kind of authorized users. So military, police, officer, HEMS, or other maybe competent authority. This is need to be discussed with the member states directly and to see how we can give them the access maybe to the CIS. Here again, the data flow, so the operator's view. On the top white square, you can see all relevant data and all data that are foreseen by Regulation 664 to be provided directly into the GR1 service. So you don't need to check specifically the colors. This is more the Swiss view. But you can have some the dynamic airspace configuration data. You will have, for example, dynamic restriction, some geozone, the data of the geozone, relevant geozone, that is the U-space airspace, and the UAS capabilities and performance requirements, for example. This data will all feed the GR1 service. And if you see the arrow, there is directly going from the GR1 service, one goes directly to the operators. So it means that the GR1 service can serve as a service by itself, but the GR1 service can also feed the UAS flight authorization directly for example, dynamic airspace configuration. So it means that it will alert through the GR1 service, it will receive the dynamic airspace configuration data and will feed UAS authorization. But Andrew will explain a bit more about this. What is not included in GR1 service? It's obvious, but this service it's not meant for you to get directly an authorization from the competent authority when you want to fly in a specific geozone. This is not part of U-Space at all. It will also not make the link between between the drone operator and the competent authority. It's also not foreseen by the regulations, out of scope. So it's up to the drone operator and his competency and responsibility to prepare his flight, get the necessary authorization, and then he can start the flight. But this service will not check if he has all the authorization. Some word about the information and format. So the GR1's data must be available based on the data update cycle and criticality level. The time format and version number will be provided and are provided in EUROCAE ED269 standard, but the standard is now will be amended and is now separated in two kind of standards. So the ED2XLX, that will be the new one. It will be the standard for geozone data. So it will provide the format, the quality, and so on and so forth. And it will be useful for publishing geodata for the GR1 service, for example. It will go into public consultation in the coming next week. They are already talking about, I think they have wrap it up. So I think it will be open until the end of August if everything goes well. So please, you have the possibility to comment it. So use it, comment the standard, because the USFP will need to use it for the GR1 series. The ED269 will remain, but it will only be used for applications that are directly linked to the data, for example, for geofencing. And I think that it's everything. So I respected my 30 minutes pretty much well. So you have all the time now.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, Amanda. And so we have already some questions out there for you or for Benoit. But I suggest we take first the presentation on flight authorization because it complements very well. So we have for the flight authorization, Andrew Hadley, you know him very well. He's technical coordinator of UTM CONOPS. He has been involved in US Space also from the very beginning, and in Chorus also from the very beginning. And he has been the working group leader for our expert group on flight authorization service. And please, Andrew, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So this is going to look like a beginner's guide to flight authorization, but as we go through, we may go a little deeper on some of the topics. So just a quick reminder, flight authorization is described in the regulation in 3 places. Article 6 gives the obligations of the UAS operator. Article 10 gives the obligations of the use-based service provider, and in that describes the kind of logic, the flow of events, the sequence. And Annex 4 gives the format of the flight authorization request. And just to put it into context, there's a lot of stuff that has to happen before Article 10 is invoked. And the most important one is that if airspace access permission is needed, it needs to be obtained. That is not a function of Article 10. There are many times I've heard people talking about how the flight authorization should go to the authorities and might spend 5 days there. That's absolutely not what's intended. The flight authorization process needs to be very quick. So if there's a slow manual process to be done before flight, it is not part of Article 10. It is another process. The use-based service provider might offer to fulfill that, but it's not covered by the regulation. So we have 5 steps shown here. So the UAS operator needs to get in touch with the service provider. And then for a particular flight, the UAS operator has to understand where the flight should go. Probably this will be some kind of iterative refinement. If they need to fill in a SORA, they'll need to do that. And as I say, get permission. And then we come to the scope of Article 10. So they submit this flight authorization request. It is subject to some checks, which I'll describe in the next few pages. Then we go to the activation phase, which is leading up to, should we say, flight. Then the active phase ends, and we have this post-flight period when all of the information which has been in the flight authorization should be available for the competent authority should they need it for audit or any other purpose. So a quick description of the authorization process itself. Just a reminder, every flight needs to be authorized. Even your VLOS flight with your 249-gram aircraft, if you're in a use-based airspace, it needs a flight authorization. Secondly, what are the checks? Well, you'll find a description in the regulation and the MC. I won't go into it in detail, but there is this idea that the request should be complete and correct, and it should come from a registered operator. There will be technical conditions associated with the airspace, or there could be, such as maximum capacity, and the flight authorization process will check that these limits are not exceeded. There may be weather minima associated with the flight, with the airspace, such as visual minima for a VLOS flight, and again, these will be checked. And then finally, the main business, as far as safety is concerned, is there's a check that the flight does not intersect with any already authorized flight of equal or higher priority. And this is crucial. This is what drives us to the need that this process is almost instantaneous. We do not want to have a large pool of being processed flights, that there's some kind of obligation to compare with each other, because there's no natural moment at which we can consider that a flight is ready to be compared with another. We are only going to compare requests against authorized flights. And what do we compare? We are looking to avoid an intersection of the 4D trajectory and its deviation threshold with those of another flight. And I'll explain what that means in a moment. And we will also consider contingency procedures that will be executed autonomously. So these will be deconflicted. And I talk about that on the next page. So if you look at Annex 4, you will find that there's this element, I think it's element 9, which asks for the procedure that will be flown in case of a lost link. So this is something that the aircraft will do on its own without the ability of the pilot to intervene. Because this may be flown, at the moment we require that it's deconflicted. I know some of you think this is a bit unlikely and we're comparing events which may never occur. Come with evidence that it doesn't need to be done and maybe the team will reconsider. But at the moment, we will deconflict these autonomous sections of the flight. So, yeah, we need to do this at the moment. So come with a story about why not, and maybe we can hear it. So the 4D trajectory, what is that? It's a sequence of one or more 4D volumes. So if the aircraft is inspecting some object, it may be one volume around that object. If it is a linear operation, it will be a sequence of volumes which should connect to each other. This is something which will be in the initial check of validity of the plan. These volumes describe the airspace that will be occupied by the flight. They will include the uncertainty in the flight, and we will bound this uncertainty at 95%. We're not looking for excessively large plans, which say all of Cologne, all of Thursday. We want to know to a reasonable extent where we can probably find the flight. 95% comes from some work that was done in manned aviation with the Raish collision risk model, so it is used here. There may be minima and maxima for the dimensions associated with the airspace. The competent authority may say, due to demand, you can't make very large requests, so they may set a limit on the horizontal dimension or the linear dimension of the volume that you can request, or the maximum duration of time inside any volume. And this will come from the competent authority in terms of, in function of their assessment of the expected traffic demand. And then once the 4D volume is received, the use-based service provider will append the deviation thresholds, and the deviation thresholds are set for the airspace concerned. A little illustration of what this means. So this blue line would be the ideal path as considered by the UAS operator. That is not communicated in the flight authorization request. Here's one for another flight nearby. When the flight authorization requests are sent, they send the requested volumes that will contain the flight. So it is that information which is being compared. And then the use-based service provider will add to that the deviation threshold for the airspace concerned, and this will be the basis of the deconfliction. The deviation threshold set by the competent authority, there's room there for evolution depending on, again, experience, how the competent authority feels things are going, what their appetite for risk is, and so on and so on. The 4D volume is coming from the UAS operator. So the UAS operator has conflicting interests here. If they exceed from the 4D volume, they are non-conformant and they risk being either told to initiate a contingency plan, or later on being hauled up by the competent authority for not abiding by their plans. So there's an interest in making the green boxes large, but then again, the larger the green box, the more the chance of conflict. So they have an interest in making them small. So we're hoping that they will stick to the 95%, and the competent authority will order that or audit that as time goes by. And this process is supposed to work with multiple use-based service providers. Article 10 requires that the use-based service provider shall establish proper arrangements. We spent some time thinking about what proper arrangements are in the working group. We wrote some AMC and GM. And the basic guideline is that enough information should be shared to allow this conflict detection. And in guidance material, it's suggested to use the ASTM F354821 standard. Currently, nothing else is available as a standard. So it also suggests in the guidance material that the use-based service providers might make agreements with each other to cover contingencies and other situations. That's just a suggestion. There's no detail provided. A quick word on airspace restriction. The flight authorization will be rejected under some circumstances if it is in conflict with an airspace restriction of a certain kind. And in this diagram, you'll see red and yellow areas. Annex 4 doesn't provide any way to indicate that a flight has permission to enter a particular airspace. The flight authorization process will warn the UAS operator that the flight penetrates a yellow airspace and will remind the UAS operator that they have to have permission to enter. But if the flight is penetrating a red airspace, then the flight is effectively going outside the scope of U-Space. I've been involved in work to use drones at airports for various purposes. They are flown at airports, but it's not done in the scope of this mechanism. There will need to be an arrangement made with the owner, if you like, of the red zone to fly there. It's not going to be done through a U-Space service provider request. A quick word about the non-authorization of flights. So when a flight authorization request is rejected, it can happen because of these checks or because of a conflict. And the rejection is accompanied by an indication of the reason to give the UAS operator a chance to try again. And the U-Space service provider is encouraged to make suggestions about what may work. And we were thinking in the group as we wrote that about simple suggestions. If the solution might simply be a short delay on the takeoff, then it would be worth proposing. We don't foresee the U-Space service provider would invest a lot of effort in route finding or other kind of subtle tools like that. That's really the UAS operator's priority and prerogative. There's also this business about priority. There are normal flights and there are priority flights. A priority flight can override a normal flight. So if a priority flight request is received, an already approved normal flight may have its approval withdrawn. When the authorization is successful, the authorized flight is given a unique identifier. In the AMC, we talk about the period of uniqueness. Previous experience with manned aviation shows that the competent authority is probably going to want to consider the capacity of the airspace. They may be looking at old data. They may be wanting to do some modeling and considering how things could have been. So they will be probably looking at flight authorization requests from the past. And it's quite useful if they have unique identifiers. So in the guidance material, we propose a UUID, which gives this vast number of possible identifiers. And if you're familiar with the, I think it's the birthday problem for finding if these values will overlap, it still will be thousands of years before we see the same UUID reused. So the UAS operator is informed about this unique ID, which is how they refer to the flight from then on. And they're also informed about the terms and conditions associated with the flight. So the terms and conditions are a group of things. There will be terms and conditions associated with the airspace, which can be set by the competent authority. And they be technical terms about what equipment the aircraft is supposed to have. There may be a particular way of working in that airspace with a particular technology is required. I mean, we don't know yet, but the option is there. There may be operational requirements which the flight has to meet to do with noise or something else. The U-Space service provider can then also add terms and conditions if they're not already in the contract that they have with the UAS operator, such as minimum time warning required or something like that, just in order to guide the UAS operator about how to behave from now on. After the authorization has been sent, the U-Space service provider has the flight authorization held in their pool of information which they're using for the deconfliction process, and it is marked with this authorized state. We refer to it in our view. It may have its authorization withdrawn if the flight becomes infeasible, shall we say, So that may be due to a dynamic airspace reconfiguration or a higher priority request coming along, which is in conflict with this flight, or due to a risk from manned aircraft entering the airspace for whatever reason. On that last point, we are proposing a modification to the AMC as it currently stands. Today, you'll find the text that says inconspicuous manned aircraft intersecting the planned UAS trajectory. After some discussion, we realized that we don't know the intent of an inconspicuous manned aircraft in general. It is just there, and it may turn. So the AMC will become something more like inconspicuous manned aircraft too close to the UAS. So it would more be in function of the time and how far we are from the activation and the location of the inconspicuous manned aircraft compared to the current location of the UAS. Okay, so then we come to activation. So the UAS operator will request the activation of an authorized flight shortly before they start flying. And when this request is received, the service provider makes a final check that everything is okay. And if everything's okay, the service provider informs the UAS operator that the flight is active. Otherwise, the USpace service provider will inform the UAS operator that the flight authorization has been withdrawn. So we had a lot of talk at various times about what active means. And among other things, it's not takeoff. It's probably a little bit before takeoff, but it's almost certainly linked to the beginning of the supply of tactical services, the network ID, traffic information. We don't believe that they're particularly useful before the active state. So we imagine that activation will probably be somehow linked to the commencement of these services, whatever process is used to log on and start receiving the flow of data may be the trigger for the activation. During flight, the flight authorization service is providing the basis of conformance monitoring if it is being offered. There's not much said about that, but we could probably imagine that most real implementations will use the actual takeoff time as a refinement to reduce the uncertainty window in the flight authorization as a guidance to where the aircraft should be. And the other thing which happens to the flight authorization service during the active period are exceptional conditions. We could have dynamic airspace reconfiguration. We could have a manned aircraft being signaled by ATS or appearing through econspicuity. And these conditions can lead, it says in the regulation and the guidance material, can lead to the service provider withdrawing or updating the authorization. We did not consider withdrawing to be particularly useful if the aircraft is airborne, because withdrawing is going to lead to the deletion of the flight authorization in some cases. So what we wanted would be to try and handle this as the invocation of contingency maneuvers. And one thing that might occur is the USpace service provider may take the opportunity to enlarge the volume that is considered acceptable for the flight. But this is to be seen exactly how this will work. And then finally, we had to do a little bit of repair in the AMCGM to mention that flights end. The regulation doesn't mention that they ever end, because we were thinking about the data being cleaned up and the flight being pulled out of the pool, which is used for deconfliction. So ending a flight, we took the view in the group that it should be a manual process, because there are going to be exceptional conditions which could be mistaken for the end of the flight. For example, if there's a loss of the network ID signal, it could mean that the thing has stopped transmitting, or it could be it's gone behind something else, or there's some technical failure, but the aircraft is still airborne. So we didn't think it was particularly wise to automatically end flights. You may disagree, you may think of a better way to do this, but we said in the guidance material that we wanted the aircraft operator to say the flight's over. And when the flight's over, the tactical services will stop, and we don't think ended flights should be able to restart. We would like a new flight request. We want a clean break to this process. We have identified a couple of open issues. There are some bits in the regulation where it said things should happen, but we don't yet have processes or data formats for them. So Article 6 requires contingency measures to be made available. It doesn't say how that's done. And Annex 4, again, has this applicable procedure in case of lost link. We need a format for that. At the moment, we don't know what to expect when Annex 4 is submitted. We also didn't really follow up. Is there some kind of escalation process? Who would be notified in a C2 lost link process? So it might be worth saying something about that in a future AMCGM. And the other one, which I mentioned, was the ended state only appears in the AMCGM. It might, in a future iteration of the regulation, be nice to formalize that. There's not much said about revision. It's hinted at here and there in a few paragraphs, but there's not a clear process for revising a flight authorization. That would be something I would like to see added. And the exact roles and responsibilities during a revision process would also be useful. So that's all on traffic authorization. Thank you very much. We now go to questions, I believe. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you very much, Andrew, for guiding us through the flight authorization service and the set of AMCs and guidance material. And I see clearly, obviously, that there are still some gaps to be covered, some standards to be developed, some interfaces, some procedures, standardization, and formats. So I will say flight authorization is definitely one of the services that is key and we need to be evolving. We have, I will say, 40 minutes this time, nearly 40 minutes of question and answer for you colleagues. And Benoit, if you are also online, just be attentive. And I would like to ask Alberto, Stefan to guide us.
Sure. So we start with the network ID, and the first that we have is regarding Article 8 then. What information has to be provided to general public? Live data similar to traffic information like a flight radar?
I can take this one. So, maybe so. I don't know. It's okay. But so the general public will receive the information that are deemed public by the regulation. So it needs to respect the GDPR regulation and all national rules. This needs to be defined by the competent authority. They will not have, for example, access directly to personal data or to sensitive data. I think we can do a parallel with the car plate. We will see the the ID of the US operators. And if there may be an incident or an issue, they can directly call the competent authority, the police, and we will have access to the data to identify who is behind it.
Any compliments? Okay, so we go to the next one. The next one is why ANSPs have to receive the network ID information for a different interface than the CISP in case of a centralized architecture, especially when both ATS provider and CISP are authorized users to receive network ID.
There is no obligation for the ATSP. This is why I used may receive and may use this information. if there is a single CISP, they can use those information as well. As I said, I don't really see a use case for now, as all information on the network identification service will be directly shared between the USSPs and will not feed the single CISP. And if there is no single CISP and only some CIS provider and it's one of the ATSP, he may receive this information, but maybe he doesn't want to use them. I know that a lot of ATSP do not want to see drone operation. They only want to focus on crew traffic information.
Thank you, Amanda. No to add? Okay. No, I think the answer is, I mean, they are unauthorized users. They have access to the network ID information, both single CIS and ATSP, but there is no an obligation to use it in a particular way. So that's the clear answer. Yeah. Thank you, Amanda. So next.
Thank you. So the next one is a USSP is obliged to build an aggregated picture of all unmanned aircraft position, for example, known location of its own customer and the ones received from all other USSPs. As each USSP already needs to share its own customer unmanned aircraft location with the CISP, why was this aggregation not left up to the single CISP?
So we have discussed yesterday, the CIS is not an operational, the spirit of the regulation, I mean, it's not, you cannot see, clearly it's forbidden. And if we were discussing yesterday, Alberto, if it is not forbidden, it could be allowed, but it's not in the spirit of the regulation. Then the single CIS will start aggregated operational data. So is the where the data is, or maybe in the case of network IDs, is they could have access to this data, but it's not to have to have this aggregated picture, because we have said yesterday there is no notion of an aggregated aerospace picture in the US-based aerospace. So it's not foreseen, it's not in the spirit that the single CIS we do aggregation of all traffic information to have a traffic picture. It might not be even possible in the US-based aerospace to aggregate traffic there and here and very local. So it's definitively, it will take a lot of resources, a lot of information, and at the end, and a lot of cost. And at the moment, we didn't see that it will bring anything. So, and it's not in the spirit of the regulation. So I don't know if someone else have something to add.
If I may, just to be clear on that matter, it is always possible and maybe desirable in some cases, but it will be part of the use-based service, not part of the provision of CIS.
Yeah.
So it's
Exactly.
possible, but the regulation.
Thank you very much. I said that it's technically maybe desirable or feasible, but in such a case, then it would be part of the use-based services, not part of the common information services. But it would be the same entity providing such kind of supporting services. It could be, or maybe, I don't know, but it would be then use-based services related and regulated.
Yeah, okay. In that case, if the single CIS is also a USSP, obviously, but we need to differentiate. That is not the role of the CIS.
Okay, so we move forward. Are there any experience using the ASTM standard data model for the network ID with a centralized architecture? The use of this data model implies necessarily a DSS exchange model. How do you foresee interoperability and plug-and-play concepts for the USSPs onboarding any use space?
So I can take this one. 3 years ago, in 2019, we have done a demonstration as part of the SUSI Swiss Use-Based Implementation Partnership. We have tested the ASTM F3411. At that time, it was the 19. It pretty much well. We have used the TSS to exchange for the exchange model. It's probably it is a solution that is working. And I think probably Benoit can say more about it, but the standard is really working well. So there is other way to do it, but I think it's the one that is foreseen by the AMCs for now. So, but Benoit, I don't know if you want to add more on that.
Yeah, and thank you, Amanda. Just one word on my side. The standard does not require a specific architecture. You can easily build it on a centralized model. But again, I think it's important to go back to what Maria said, right? In the spirit of the regulation, the data exchange happens between USSPs. If another path is chosen, it doesn't matter again. That's why we focus on the interfaces and not, we don't see the whole standard in the AMC GM. So I think that was a good level.
And my 2 cents on that as well with the use of the standard. So that's something we may look back, make sure that this standard is not over-equaling a specific design. But the thing I want to say, don't have orthodox view to read the standard, because there is plenty of things in these standards like Bluetooth broadcast, etc. And we are not requiring anything. So require the parts and the bit of the standard which ensure the standardization of the interface. That's the goal. Plenty of other things are basically not applicable. Again, Bluetooth, Wi-Fi. We are not enforcing or mandating Bluetooth interfaces in a systematic manner for all drones operators. That's not true. So please, when you read the standard, pick the bits which are absolutely important to ensure the standardization and harmonization of the implementation, and the rest we may discuss it. Except if there is a kind of precondition which is absolutely strong to prevent which would prevent to have the implementation otherwise. But like the swim yellow profile yesterday, like today on those questions, look at what is really necessary.
Okay, and the last one is about transmitting your altitude by WGS84. How does it work with planes flying with barometric pressure, a different reference?
So I take this one. This is a critical question. For the moment, we don't have answers. Indeed, we have 2 different systems, and we are all working in the establishment of a common reference altitude system. We have some projects performed by SGU. We start to have some clue of that. But this is something that we will have to address. Today, except big buffers, because we cannot have altitude separations then. Except buffers, that's the only condition that we may have to play with this kind of integration. And this is something which prevents today the step further, which will be more integration between manned aircraft and unmanned aircraft in the same piece of airspace, because we cannot have a clear and well-determined altitude. So that's something we know, that's something we are all working. We hope that we'll have some outcome in the coming months or years.
There's a question in the public. We take that one. Okay.
Stefan, I want to take up on the last question and enlarge it, because we are now working more and more with GPS positions currently in new space. And I think we should make more studies on how precise they can be and how much the deviation can be. And so at the end of the day, in your AMC and GM, we should define minimum separation criteria in use space. And how will you define them?
This is absolutely correct. I would love to give you an answer, and I would love to have data to put in MCGM. So this is where we still continue to work and to define models in order to be able to say that things. What you have said is absolutely right, and we should go there. Yeah.
Just to add one word on the same subject, there is also something that would deserve some attention, is the fact that currently in the Part ATS of Regulation 373 and in ICAO, geometric heights are not allowed to be used for vertical separation. So this is definitely from the regulatory point of view and the rationale for this rule, something to be addressed as well.
Thank you. Yeah, that's well noted.
One more question here.
Hi, morning. My name is Khushbu. I'm from Collins Aerospace. My question is for Andrew, I believe, for flight authorization. Thanks for the presentation, by the way, it was great. Talking of the service and going through the process of it, like when it's in the flight authorization, in the validity check, speaking of the operator registration check, should the validity go further and check if there are any specific bans maybe issued on the operator, like maybe their BVLOS license has been void, or maybe their VLOS license, it depends, right? There are multiple checks that can be done. So what are your comments on that? And the last bit I had a question about was that as a operator, to fly within a controlled airspace or a restricted airspace, you can apply for specific permits. Now, as a USSP, let's say you've applied for that permit with the Aviation Authority. As a USSP, if we don't cater to that, like if you're submitting your U plan and you just restrict by not supplying to that, like the thing is that they've gotten the permit, so shouldn't we as a USSP provide that service in the authorization service wherein they can apply, they can upload their permits that they have obtained, and we have an internal service where it does a check on it, either by integration with the Aviation Authority, with the ANSP, with the ATC. What are your comments on that?
Okay, so the first question, I've actually forgotten now, but oh yeah, so yeah, we talked about that a lot in the group, and we thought it'd be a really good thing, but we don't see that exact wording in the regulation. So it may be that a state may enable that. It would depend on the kind of exchange that was possible with the registration service.
Right.
I mean, if the flight authorization service queries the registration and can get back this number exists but is banned, then that is going to be something that they can deal with just as much as that registration doesn't exist. So
okay.
It would depend on the implementation. It's not constrained by the regulation.
Yeah, but do you reckon it's worth
pushing
for that?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
In my personal opinion, yes.
Okay.
And the second one about the value added, we talked about that a great deal. In Annex 4, you find nowhere that you could add that I have permission information.
Okay.
What would be good would be if there was some standard way of adding that, some kind of public key thing with a unique, unfakeable code that you could give that would indicate the scope of the permission, whether it be for a single flight or a day or a year. So if somebody would like to develop a universal scheme for that, it would be really useful. But today we don't have it, so it's not there.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
There are two more questions. Yeah, the only thing is let's keep a little bit of the order because we were about to enter on the awareness. So if there are no, so we jump immediately to the flight authorization. But the issue is if there are still questions on network ID in the floor. Otherwise, we go first through the awareness questions in Slido, then here, then we go to flight authorization. Let's keep our order, otherwise it's a bit disorganized. The question was for network ID? No.
There was
flight authorization. Oh, sorry.
Yes, there was this question about barometric and GPS altitude. And I would like to propose that this could be a service, a common information service provider could offer to calculate a standard altitude out of the data collected from barometric and GPS altitudes. Just a proposal.
Thank you. We will come back to you personally to see what we could do for that. Yes.
We need to see. We need to see how it does. I mean, there are some proposals like Icarus, but it's more based on a modeling data. Then the conversion, it needs to be very much I don't know if you can do that for the entirety of the US space aerospace, depending on the implementation. I mean, we need to see the practical implementation of these proposals. But yes, we need to do something that's clear. And what Olivier said is also very clear. We need to see those concepts of separation and the vertical profile. So we go to your awareness.
Yes, so the first one is, as performed with the ED269 for GeoAwareness, an ICD should be provided, including the data model and possible protocols, not only polling, to exchange network information both in centralized and decentralized architecture. Is this right?
I'm not sure to understand fully the question, so either maybe I'll let Benoit answer it, or Stefan, do you have any answer about this? Benoit?
Yeah, I'm not sure I get it either. So there's no data exchange among I mean, it's a one-way in GeoAwareness in most cases. So I'm not sure I understand the comparison with the other one. So maybe if you can elaborate. Sorry about that.
So I take over. Benoit, maybe I try to clarify. Do you know if there is a data model provided aside the 269? And my understanding is yes, all the interfaces and data have a specific format, etc. That's part of the standard to make sure that the exchange are properly done.
Oh yeah, then absolutely, and that's the whole point. So currently there's this new iteration of the standard that is also updating the data model so that it is suited for use space, because what we have in ED269 doesn't capture all the parameters that we might have in the context of use space. So yeah, absolutely, you would get the same. And that's the whole point, right? To get also the interface. In that sense, yes, correct. It is exactly like what we discussed for previously.
Yes, and then I complete. So for sure, all the data model are defined in the standard and the update of the standards to support operation in use space. And then the architecture centralized does not play a role. And the important is that we have a clear system to exchange data, and that will be the case with the standard. So it could be through a single CISP or directly from the data provider to the USSPs. There is no constraint there. It's totally flexible. So next question.
So the next one is the interaction between the GeoAwareness service and flight authorization a two-way interaction, meaning approved US flight can be seen?
I can maybe start, and then if you want to complete my answer. So no, the US flight will not be seen as part of GeoAwareness service. You will obviously receive information on the live flight on the network notification service. But then it will, and then maybe you can answer it, but I know that it would depend on the USSP that you would choose if you will see or not the approved US flight. It depends on the USSP. Some will show you on the US authorization where there are approved flight, and some other will not.
Yeah, we haven't really considered what the HMI for flight planning would be. I mean, the model which is described in the regulation is you submit a plan and you get an answer back, rather than you peer into the airspace and try and weave around the other flights. Yeah, that was not something we imagined.
Okay, we can go on. So manually triggering the UAS emergency status toward the USSP is considered acceptable until 26th of January 2025. As remote ID add-ons are unaware of the UAS emergency status, does that mean that they become obsolete for use within use space after that date?
Thank you, Jean-Pierre. I was expecting that one we went for today, actually. So the idea was to foster the industry and the aircraft manufacturer to implement that system or that monitoring inside as a built-in feature. Actually, we have limited lever. That's the truth, and to enforce something by the industry. And your question is correct. What will we do? I'm afraid that we'll have to prolongate that mean, because simply the operators will not have the proper tool, not by default, because it's simply not offered. So we are not going to prevent the operations because the unmanned aircraft manufacturers are not reactive or responsive. So I think that de facto we'll have to prolongate that while we continue the discussion with industry in order to make sure that what we have in the regulation are properly implemented in our system. That's the pragmatic way to do. Thank you. Yeah.
So then we have a question on dynamic airspace reconfiguration. It was said yesterday that there should be no DAR for VFR flights in airspace E. Where is this stipulated in the provisions? I cannot find any distinction between flight rules, but only as controlled airspace, as defined in SERA.
We are reading, excuse me, we had a side discussion. So the DAR for, yes, we confirm that the DAR for VFLA is not applicable in Class Eco because it's Class Eco are controlled airspace, but for IFR, the IFR are controlled, not the VFR. So for the VFR, they must be equipped with inconspicuous mean, and the inconspicuous rules will be applied by the operators. So we have this dual way to do in the Class Eco, and you can look at the last annex of the 664, you will see that. You will the conditions to enter in the USpace airspace. So DAR for IFR, information provided to the USSP for VFR in Class Eco. You will see that two things. So last annex, to say where, last annex of the 664.
Then geo-awareness service. How do you foresee authorized users outside of EASA responsibility, for example, military and police, using this mechanism to inform USpace of restrictions?
So this needs to be foreseen by the competent authority. If I can talk about Switzerland, we will need to amend our own regulation to allow military and or police or other, for example, HEMS, other competent authority to have access to the CIS. So they will have the possibility to give some data and to ask for those kind of use-based restriction. But they need to be at least in Switzerland, we need to change the law.
Yes, so EASA has for sure no way, no mean and responsibility to enforce something to the state operations, which are the sovereignty of each member state. However, if you look on the MCGM, you will see that's a recommendation. That's for sure a very powerful tool in order to maintain separated the civil or state operations and to ensure safety. So that's maybe the best way, is that this kind of authorized user will set up temporary restriction in order to exclude all the other operations. That's the recommendation we do, but we have no way to enforce that.
And Amanda said this is in the case in Switzerland, this is in the case in every member state. There needs to be individual, so state regulation who will, let's say, empower those entities, authorities to take these aerospace restrictions, so to put constraints in the aerospace. Yeah, it's everywhere.
Do you want to complement?
Yeah. Okay. Let's.
Okay. So we take another one, and it's should we consider how to make the label of each aerial unit anonymous for the end user so that it cannot be related directly to a specific user?
So I mean, this is for now. It's not planned. I think. I mean, we could use different level, but it's not planned for now nor by the ASTM standard nor by the MCGM. When you will be an end user, for example, you will only see, as I said, the ID of the US operation. So technically, it should be anonymous. You will not see data. You don't know who is flying actually. And for now, we we don't know how the drone operation will be displayed. Maybe with small drone, this needs still to be decided. It's not something that for now it's foreseen by the regulation at all. But it's something we could consider, but for now it's not the path that we want to follow. I don't know if someone wants to add.
No, you are absolutely right. There's nothing in the regulation, and it's going to be very much individual implementation, but obviously following the GDPR requirements. So, yeah. I think we should now go to the questions on flight authorization straight away because there are many. Okay, and we are having already Hazan. Oh. Also, you want to complement?
I just want to complement the discussion about privacy. ATSL for manned aviation has a full provision for privacy of users. So there is a randomly generated ID per flight. And what we are requiring, however, to indicate what type of traffic you are, because that's important to the other users. And for drones, just imagination, I can imagine that there will be a randomly generated ID for a flight. But there will be a system in the back on the ground which will pair this randomly generated ID with a drone ID for the enforcement authorities. But that's just an idea for future.
That could be well the case that it's only displayed as the flight ID. Okay, we go to the flight authorization. You have another question on your awareness.
I just wanted to refer to geo-awareness in terms of US capabilities as part of the Eurospace airspace metadata. So the regulation only refers to operational conditions and airspace constraints and not to the US capabilities. Nevertheless, on the slide, and you made it clear that that was the FOCA position, why was it then not included in the regulation or excluded from geo-awareness while in the FOCA proposal it is? And I agree with it, by the way, but in the regulation, it's not in there.
Okay, we need to go back to it. Anyway, it's part of the aerospace designation. And if it is a condition or a restriction for the aerospace, so it should be like to the geo zones, they may have this type of restrictions. So it should be then offered in the geo-awareness service, even if it is not perhaps mentioned in the regulation, but if it is part of the aerospace restriction in the geo zone, then it needs to be given.
Yeah, the geo zones can impose something, but
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm talking about the US capabilities as part of the Eurospace airspace.
Yeah, okay, but we need to go back to the wording of the regulation. That maybe there is a loophole there, but if this is a condition for utilizing the aerospace, it needs to be given in the awareness. Yes, absolutely. But okay, we need to go back to where it is hold here. It seems to be something that is not clearly in the regulation, but it is again, it is part of at least the aerospace, so the result of the ARA, and we need to give this somewhere to the operator. Okay, we go to that.
Okay, so we go here to the flight authorization question. So the first one is regarding Article 9 and 10, not giving Uspace users the opportunity to enter restricted areas and obtain a digital approval forces the use of classical bureaucratic means, and that is not what the US pilot community wants, but instead they want a unique platform.
We touched on this before. Yeah, we all want a unique platform. It's just the research and development wasn't ready. We don't have a solution we could apply. So when something comes along, I'm sure we can make use of it.
So yes, that's clear. And don't forget that then it's also, we are touching the system of each member state. So it will be difficult to have one for all and coming from the top of EASA. So yes, for sure, we want to ease the life of the operators. That's clear. But today, the USSP do not have access to those data. There is no communication way with the local authorities, etc. So that will be quite difficult to achieve in a short term. And we have already difficulty to ensure digitalization from all the data that you have made aware. For instance, just before for geo-awareness, that's already a challenge. So the next step will be for more integration, that's clear. But for the moment, please consider that we are making baby steps maybe, but we are progressing. And that's already something that we can provide to the community to enhance the access to the airspace. So be patient, that will come.
But we need to clarify it's not the responsibility of the USSPs to issue operational authorizations, because that has a lot of consequences in terms of aircraft design or insurance, pilot, remote pilot qualification, operational manual. So the USSP is not responsible for that. So we can go as far as we can in the digitalization, automation, but it's definitively not the USSP's roles.
So the flight authorization concept seems to be built on airspace reservation. What if multiple operators need to cover the same airspace, for example, in case of a music festival and events, or events supervised by the drones of the law enforcement?
It's just outside the scope of what this service can provide. I mean, we could imagine many cases swarming, where you might want to fly multiple aircraft without them being separated by, but they're not catered for by the current version of the regulation or the means that we have foreseen. If you want to propose something, maybe it could become part of the next one, but right now we can't do it with this.
And just to complete, regardless of the state operations and law enforcement that we have, if multiple operators want to have access to some piece of airspace, the rule says first in, first served. So the first who will apply to book this piece of airspace will get it, and the others, the flight authorization, will be rejected. That's the simple way that we are addressing the confliction.
So ultimately, use space will only be. Sorry, there is a question. I go on with this first. Okay, so ultimately, use space will only be in certain parts of lower airspace. How is this not just segregated airspace with a different phraseology? What happens outside use space in Class G, for example, at lower altitudes, otherwise for future BVLOS operations?
Anything outside U-space airspace is out of the scope of the regulation. This is a regulation for U-space airspace. If you want to fly in Class G, you're not covered by this. Is that fair enough, Stefan?
I mean, what happened with the BVLOS fly outside U.S.-based aerospace in Class G? Well, you need to do the SORA. And as depending on which air risk class you are, then you need to put in place mitigations, all the mitigations for the risk. So comply with SORA. So outside U.S.-based aerospace, comply with SORA for BVLOS operations.
And I take the first bit. Why it's not segregated? Because it's not fair. So this is not the goal of the regulation. We are pushed to ensure a fair access between airspace users to the airspace. So as soon as you have a segregation, an OTAM danger area, that will exclude all the other users from that part of airspace. So this is today what we have in Europe. You have plenty of danger area zone set over cities, this kind of thing. Some users, so the lucky one, are allowed to operators to operate. All the other operators are excluded. So that's not the thing we want. And the answer to that is use space with the confliction, etc., etc. So it's possible, but it's not use space, and it's not the spirit of use space. However, it may be still possible, depending on the member state wish, on local areas, whatever. So we are not neither excluding that. It's still a possibility for a member state to authorize some type of operations.
Yeah, so we take a few from the audience.
Colleague.
Before a question to Andrew, it's a continuation of the question of the deviation thresholds from yesterday.
Couple of small comments. I think that the big events question that was before is actually a good place to start USpace, because when the person that asked the question asked in the same airspace multiple operation of, it doesn't mean the same meter in the airspace. So it's all the question of the separation minima. We feel that's the best way to implement USpace with the authorities in Israel. It's authorities that the need is there. The safety case is out there. There's usually a business case involved in these events. So we see it actually as an opportunity, these big events, to introduce USpace to at least to the authorities, to municipalities. So we really like these events, and we use it as a first case. There were also two questions about experience that if someone had with the ASTM data standard. So we have had a lot of experience with the ASTM standard in Israel. We've been having around 14 VLDs by now, very large demonstration, more than 20,000 flights over Israeli cities, dual USSPs, USpace. So the experience is there and is excellent, and I invite everyone to learn from this. Same with the question about the GPS altitude, and it goes to the question I posted about how does it work with Baro and with manned aviation, VFR. It might not be the most urgent thing to take care of. At least our experience shows that we're talking about tens, like 60 meters, 50 meters, 70 meters. That's the maximum deviation that we experience in our 20,000 flights. So we're using a 500 feet vertical separation minima, and it works very well. And if you're looking at these sizes of separation, it'll give a pretty good answer for the foreseeable future. Before the time we'll have tens of thousands of drones over Cologne or every other big city, this would probably be a good solution. Now to my question, and it's a continuation of what I asked Stefan yesterday about the deviation thresholds and who should be responsible for. One of the beautiful things about USpace is that you can adjust your separation minima to the mission and more to the drone and to its capabilities. So there's a different, it's a computer doing it. It's not a controller. So if I have a drone that has proved its accuracy of 20 meters, I want to make the airspace as efficient as possible and treat it differently than a separation minima of a drone that's not very accurate, or maybe it carries a 200 kilos payload and I want to separate a bit more from it. So the separation minima can be different for each and every drone, and the same goes for deviation thresholds. So it's if you set up one number, it's not very efficient, and it's not something that's too complicated. When you sign the contract, when the USSP signs a contract with the US operator, they file in their accuracy, their operational constraints, you can say. So again, I'm not sure if you agree with this statement that setting one deviation threshold is the correct answer, and that the one that sets this value is the USSP. Easy question.
So as you recall my presentation, so there's the green volume which the aircraft operator commits to abide by, with a probability of 95%. So that is where we foresaw the improved navigational accuracy could be expressed in a smaller volume, and a smaller volume would produce a lower probability of conflict, so a higher probability of having the mission approved. And we also foresaw that the competent authority might set maxima for these volume sizes in order to effectively require a certain navigational performance. In a volume with high demand, they may require that the aircraft not waste the space due to their poor performance. The deviation threshold is to a certain extent an expression of their pessimism, and they enlarge this this green in function of the observed behavior and how confident they are. So in the ideal case, the red box is exactly the same as the green box for efficiency. And well, how would you feel? What would you set in your case for a different airspace? What's your feeling about the uncertainty that you can deal with?
Yeah, it's a great idea. The general concept is wonderful, but is it 100 meters, 500 meters, 1 kilometer?
You decide.
It shouldn't be a fixed value. That's the point. And if you agree that it shouldn't be a fixed value, but adjustable, then it's not the USSP that should set it. It's the operator that should say it. It should be 10% over the green, 15%, but not a fixed number.
Okay, so then we haven't said it needs to be a fixed number. It should be maybe a proportional.
It's a function of the accuracy, but this very advanced concept. They are very advanced concept. It's a function of the accuracy, is what you are saying, but it's very advanced concept to implement. Colleagues, sorry, we need to be sharp. We go now for coffee break, 15 minutes coffee break. Okay. We need to make a photo. Sorry for that, but we want to obviously advertise that we were here having a great discussions. Yeah, all in the lobby, and Laurie will go up to make the photo. Please, all in the lobby, look into the main entrance. And for the colleagues in the WebEx, we will be back at 11. Thank you. Big applause from the GLBI, and is the Chief Engineer, Urban ATM Systems. Kai is online and will guide us through the presentations. Kai, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Maria. Hello, everyone. Hello, world. It's a pleasure to be able to present the work of the AMCGM working group. I would like to give a shout out to the members who've been partaking in the development of the AMCGM. Andrew Haitley, you just had before the break. Alberto Jovino, who was presenting yesterday, and there also were Haiyun Wang, Finn Klaassen, and Jakub Karas. Right. I'm going to address the rationale for the traffic information service. I mean, we already heard yesterday why certain things are necessary, but it doesn't hurt to reiterate. I'm going to speak on how to use the traffic information service in UAS operation, how it's supposed to be used. Because that is really straightforward, I will also address a few issues that appear during operational authorizations and that pertain to the traffic information service that are not so obvious. And also there have been some questions asked yesterday, and I hope to answer that in the progress. Why do we need the traffic information service? Isn't the flight authorization service supposed to deconflict operations? We've heard these questions many times, and the answer is yes. And the traffic information service is supposed to deconflict not from other drones. In general, use-based airspaces are not segregated airspaces. Any appropriately, that was unwanted, any appropriately equipped aircraft, conventional aircraft, can enter an use-based airspace without prior notice, and within the use-based airspace can maneuver at will. If the use-based airspace is within their regular airspace of operations, let's say. So unless we take special precautions, the use-based airspace is not a segregated airspace. And that immediately raises the question of how do we manage encounters between conventional aviation and drones. Many drones are just too small really to be effectively seen at a distance. Conventional aviation will be aware flying through a U space there may be drones, but they cannot detect the individual aircraft operating in that airspace. And it hasn't been mentioned yet, but you may have noticed that there is no onboard, there's no requirement for an onboard detect and avoid capability for drones in a U space airspace. So UAS operators are responsible for the safety of their flight. They have no DAA on board the drones. The conventional aviation isn't really able to see drones in time. So how do we ensure safety in a U space airspace? And that is where the traffic information service comes in. That is the service that provides the UAS operators with anti-collision capabilities. A quick look at the setup. I want to repeat what Antoine said yesterday. This is not a specification. It's not a formal diagram. It's, you know, a rough approximation of a future truth, artist's impression, if you take my meaning. So traffic information is generated on board an aircraft. That's top left corner is a helicopter, but it's just a stand-in for any kind of aircraft operating in a U space airspace. That is the authoritative source for much of the information. It knows where it is and what the time is and what its speed is, etc. Of course, and it makes a neat little package and transmits that air to ground. And from the ground infrastructure, various players receive that information. I've represented the U space actors here in a sort of loop in a mesh. So the information is received by those actors and then mangled and interchanged and exchanged and augmented perhaps until ultimately one U space service provider judges that some information may be relevant to some UAS operation and then transports that to the UAS operator. And it's only this last bit, which is labeled TIS in the diagram, which is the traffic information service of the U space regulation. So only that part, and also only in that direction in principle. And UAS operator then does whatever needs to be done. The sources are, as I say, the helicopter is a stand-in. So ATM has traffic information and can forward that. ADSB, ADSL, we've heard that yesterday. There may be other sources injecting information as necessary. The regulation is a bit open about that. What else do we have? I think that's it pretty much. And the use, as I say, of the service is relatively straightforward. You look at the information, you decide action needs to be taken, you take the action and see what happens. We had the question yesterday about do we have to do with SORA and how do we know that conventional aviation has priority over drones? And many of those questions are not really answered by the 664, by the U space regulation, but they're answered in the regulation 2019-947 on operations of unmanned aircraft systems. So many issues need to be considered in the light of that regulation. So I've invented a new acronym here for the aviation industry in accordance with regulation. So for open category operations, the use of the traffic information service is mandatory, but the question is should be allowed that, you know, the remote pilot has to visually scan the airspace surrounding the unmanned aircraft anyway. What's the added value of the traffic information service? And even would the traffic information service not distract the remote pilot from scanning the airspace? And does that mean I need to have an operator that one looks at the airspace, one looks at the display? Yes, perhaps based on the airspace risk assessment, competent authorities or member states might consider exempting open category operation from actually having to consult the traffic information service, because it's just pouring water into the sea, really. It's a bit different for specific operations. Well, actually similar if specific operations are VLOS, because they have the same requirements. But it becomes interesting once specific operations are BVLOS, because then obviously I lose the immediate I lose the immediate information about the environment of the operation, and I need to have some other means. And so this is the most this is the situation where we really gain the most benefits from the traffic information service, but we also have to, let's say, pay a price for that. Well, we don't have too much information on certification, but I expect the levels of rigor, levels of robustness would be at least the same as in the specific operations. So we have in the specific operations BVLOS, we have several operational safety objectives that address the use of external systems supporting the UAS operation. I think the use-based services qualify. And how to handle deterioration of those systems. Again, gifted a few new acronyms to aviation industry. And the requirements, we have specific levels of integrity in the 947 regulation for those services. So they would apply to use-based service providers, because UAS operators are going to discharge part of that responsibility to the use-based service providers, because they are part now of the detection chain. In principle, I want to quote from the level of integrity requirement for OSOS 10 and 12, which pertain to external services, and they state that the service has to be in a way such that no single failure can lead to the essentially no single failure. It can be reasonably expected that no single failure leads to the fatality. Full stop. So we're looking for a level of for design standards for software assurance levels that need to be addressed, that need to be respected in certification, so we can rely on these systems and then say, you know what, in use-based, I just use these services, they're certified at that level, so I don't need to worry. I just have to take care of that from API to display. As a UAS operator, I do my part. Many of the questions regarding how do I use that information, how is it represented in the display, is all up to the UAS operator. They put that in their ConOps and say, this is how we are going to use it. And the competent authority says, yeah, it's okay. This is a good way. How are we going to use that operation, the traffic information service in practice is, as I say, is trivial, really. Continuously monitor the traffic information for conflicts and take appropriate action when necessary. That's it. So you have to have someone watching the situation and assessing, could that be dangerous or not? Do I have to avoid or not? The questions have been asked. What are separation minima, etc.? There are none. It's up to the UAS operator to make that decision. And if they're wrong too many times, maybe we will have the proper I don't know, AOCs probably. There's not really much to be said. All of this is really ConOps stuff. One thing about the interfaces, because Jonas addressed that yesterday. As for those of you who were here yesterday, we don't have really standards. Sorry, for the interface between the USSP and the UAS operators. They are not yet standardized. Personally, I would like to see MUVLink because that's prevalent in the industry and it also preserves the planet. But this is a call to UAS operators to make a standardize that interface. There is for competent authority or for the designation of airspaces, there is an important interdependency. Let's say the objects in questions, if you want to anti-collide, they don't stop as you think about whether there's a problem or not, they keep on moving. There is a, I think 10 seconds latency on ARC-B. On the UAS operator, plus all the latencies in the system. We don't have an overall latency guarantee, so that's something and that needs to be addressed in the airspace risk assessment, and competent authorities, member states have to have a look at that. And address the issue of the border cases. If an aircraft approaches a use space and just switches on electronic conspicuity just before entering, that's obviously a problem in the border area. So we would need to have some requirements on general aviation to switch on electronic conspicuity well in advance before entering a use space, unless we want to use all the parameters of the use space, which would really block off use. It makes no sense to me. That's Traffic Information Service in a nutshell, and I think we will do the questions then later.
Thank you very much, Kai. Please stay with us because we will take there are questions coming in the Slido. We will take them all at the end of this block. So if you can stay with us a little bit more, that will be great. And now we go to the last two services, weather information and conformance monitoring, that will be presented by Stefan. Stefan?
Yes, I try to retake control of the IT, which is not an easy task. Where is the WebEx? Yes, so I will present the two optional services, weather information and non-conformance or conformance monitoring service. And after that, we go to the question. So about weather information, this is, as you know, an optional service which might be required and determined as required through the airspace risk assessment. If, for instance, you have a severe wind conditions or environmental conditions, generally speaking, whatever they are, in order to automate, so provide information to the operators and potentially with a coupling with the flight authorization to automate some checks when delivering the flight activation or delivering the flight authorization. So to give you first a kind of mind map of where we are in terms of weather information in the use space context. The very first thing to recall is that through the airspace risk assessment, the member state may define some weather minima or maxima. Don't fly below that temperature level, with that level of visibility. Don't fly when there is this maxima in terms of wind conditions. So it could be an operational constraint that regardless if the weather information service is activated or required, the operator should comply with the environmental constraints, operational constraints, period. That's come from the airspace risk assessment. Mirroring to that, we may have some US performance which could be derived at aircraft level to sustain the same kind of environmental conditions, temperature, wind, power, or this kind of thing. So the same, regardless if the weather information service is active or not, those conditions should be part of the assessment of the operator before to take off, clearly. Do I have the good tool for the good mission with regard to the conditions? The weather information service is there to provide a bit more information on to the operators. I will come back in a second. Also, we have a coupling with the flight authorization that you can see on the left-hand side, where potentially we are expecting that if the service is available and the minima have been clearly expressed, we may have a coupling with the flight authorization, say don't take off if the conditions are not met. The role of the operator will be, anyway, as I said, to satisfy the operational constraint, to select the proper US, and to properly plan and execute the flight. So if the conditions are not met, the operation should be cancelled, clearly. As you have today in aviation, don't take off if there is a risk for safety. What we will have to do for the weather information service, something I'm going to detail, is to provide a certain level of data, and especially data quality requirements. What do we need for an operator to perform the mission? Because today we have data. We have data, but we have data which are quite often coming close to the airport because they are used for the first purpose of the manned aviation. So you may have plenty of information, you may have a TIS. You have plenty of things, but not really tuned, adjusted, and relevant for manned aircraft operations in center of the city, for instance. And we know that safety may rely on local data, which could be required by the operators, because you may have fancy effects in a city, wind gust, Venturi effects, or plenty of kind of things, wind shear on the top of a building. So plenty of conditions that, in any case, the common and conventional weather information will be able to provide. So the goal of the service, and this is where we still need to maturate how to bring this information to the operators. That's something which is not that advanced today. So how to bring, first, how to characterize the data that an operator needs to have when you will operate in the center of the city. So depending on the urban environment, geometry of even in countryside. What kind of data, what kind of parameter, what kind of accuracy. But today, for that, we have already a preliminary idea because the Article 12 of the regulation gives an idea of the parameters, which are based on conventional weather information data. So there is nothing to complain about because this is something we know. But we need to complete with and to conciliate all of that with the operation needs. What does need, again, an operator when you operate in a city? And is there a need, actually? But discussing with some operators and people quite knowledgeable on this topic, they believe that, yes, there is need to develop something. We need to develop a data set. What kind of data, what kind of accuracy, what kind of format, and we need to ensure the good level of quality, ensure that we can trust the data, and to standardize it. So I put in green here, for sure, two main providers, ASTM and EUROCAE. The ASTM is working. And the ASTM has already prepared a new standard which will help us to continue the discussion about weather information service. I have to recognize that I have not deeply looked at it, but what I can see already is a good source of information because we have a data set. We can start to discuss because we have a source of information. EUROCAE today, I don't know if there is something ongoing, but as I said today, the weather information service is maybe the less advanced service we are still working on because it is optional. We have not yet any cases where it is required per the airspace risk assessment. We don't have a prognosis of that, while for the conformance for monitoring service, we know that some member states will require. So maybe there is not that incentive to work on it, but the matter is the day it will be required, if it is required, we will be in difficulty if we want to foster an implementation. So please think ahead, tell us what could be the needs, especially the question is to the operators to provide feedback on what they will need in order to consolidate that with the requirements we have today, the working group that are occurring with some standard providers, and we try to reconcile that and provide the best tool to the operators ultimately. Some constraints that anyway I anticipate and I would like to push or to advise people to take care is to first consider the ergonomy. We have plenty of operators, they are not aviation specialists. So the information needs to be readable. You see in kind of MCDU all ages with metadata. I don't believe that's useful for an operator today. We must be much more open in terms of ergonomy, human factors to the community we have in order to help the operators. The existing mates are not covering the need, I think. So they could be extended, maybe more detailed, but we need to ensure really the availability of data and the proper covering of what we need. Similarly, the service could be, suitable. So it needs to be practicable, feasible, and cost-effective. We have said yesterday that yes, we are not regulating the prices, etc. But in the activities we are enforcing, we are looking at the cost-effectiveness. Yesterday, Vladimir spoke about affordability of the inconspicuous device. So we don't want to have a big infrastructure, but something simply to use and cost-effective for the operators. And definitely, we need to have a good idea of data accuracy and representativeness. If we need to have a parameter, we want to make sure that it's a good one with a good level of clarity at a good position in the airspace. And that's it. So a lot of work, honestly, we have to recognize that we still have a lot to do. And we are waiting for support, definitely. So if you have some prognosis, ideas, systems, we are keeping receiving some proposal, for instance, based on the model, not real-time monitoring, but models. If the models are validated, if we can extend the use of the model in some concrete use cases over European cities, this kind of thing, we could help. And here we are also pushing back to the research project, notably with SGU, our colleagues from Eurocontrol or SGU. And I have other things to say to that service. Conformance monitoring. So here we have many concrete cases, and we are going to start also the certification of this service with some applicants. So here, real case in some countries, I'm sure you know about. So the conformance service is mirroring what we have seen this morning with Andrew, the flight authorization. It will alert certain users, depending on certain conditions I'm going to explain, when the operators and unmanned aircraft will leave the authorized volume. The conformance it alerts to the airspace user, could be the operator deviating, could be the other operators and the ATM when relevant. So we have some cases where we believe necessary to raise the alert to the ATM. That's part of the regulation, but adjusted in the AMCGM. And what are the main conditions running the conformance? And I hope that I will answer some questions that we had in the thread this morning. When the unmanned aircraft goes out the flight authorization, so you have a specific volume which is authorized for your operations, you get out, you have an alert. When the unmanned aircraft flies before the authorization, so it should not happen. Normally, you should not activate the flight before the flight authorization timestamp. You do. If the service is active, the operator should receive an alert saying you are flying out of the authorization, the flight authorization. If the aircraft flies without the activation, so you have an authorization, but you don't trigger the activation. You are kind of rogue because you have not started the services, you may not receive the information, so that's a non-conformance, you should receive an alert. You keep flying after the end of the flight authorized. You are occupying a piece of airspace where you shouldn't be, so then again, you should receive an alert. And famous one that we have to discuss is when the UA, generally speaking, deviate for more than 5% of the time from the flight authorization. I correct the first bullet. When you fly when you don't have any flight authorization. And the last bullet is when you have a flight authorization, but you are out more than 5% of the time. So I'm going to discuss a bit of this notion of 5% of the time, because it has been perceived, or the thing I want to push, is not a tolerance to be out 5% of the time. It's a tolerance that we wanted not to trigger immediately an alert, but it's not an authorization to be out. That's fine. I have a long flight, and at the end, I can be 20 minutes, 10 minutes out of my flight authorization. So that's not it's meant to be. However, we receive plenty of comments about how to control that, and especially for long flights. Indeed, the system per the design or what we are recommending will let an operator deviating 5, 10, 20 minutes very far from the authorized volume without any alert. And that's technically absolutely correct. So we don't have answer today. I'm going to make some proposal. That's something we have to certainly to rethink because it may lead to issues and safety issues clearly. So we have to adjust. We have today 2-3 solutions. So when you deviate out of your box more than 5% of the time, we may put boundaries in time, not more than 5 minutes, not more than 2 minutes. We may put a limitation in distance, not that amount of meters. Or we may, as presented by Andrew this morning, actually the full flight plan is an aggregation of flight volume. So we may refine that's 95% versus 5% of the time per block, which will de facto minimize the amount of time that you are allowed to, sorry, not allowed, that where there is tolerance to be out. So that's something we have to evaluate. I don't have the answer today, but we have three alternatives in our desk. And in the coming months, we are going to change that. But be aware that indeed the DMC today is not satisfactory, or I was not expecting actually some drawback, but there is one, and we have to address it. And thanks for the comment I received from various channels. So here there is kind of aggregation of concern. The other thing I wanted to highlight, it's about the mapping with the SORA and the notion of flight geography and contingency volume. Today, we are raising the alerts out of the authorized volume, so outside the red box that you have in the below. We believe it's too late. It's too late because per the SORA, you are already in contingency for the operators. So I am thinking maybe to revise a bit the approach and to ask the raise an alert when the operators will leave the flight geography, to inform them in a very accurate manner and timely manner that they are leaving where the place they should be and they are already entering the contingency volume. That will be the idea to map definitely to realign the flight authorization and the non-conformance on what knows the operators. And the operators, they apply a SORA first and know what is the flight geography and the contingency volume. So this adjustment, we are starting to discuss about it. I'm very happy, I will be very happy if I can receive feedback on this one and to see if this adjustment is meaningful. And I think it's better for safety to put and to raise the alert on the flight geography and not to wait to exceed totally the authorized volume and then to be in kind of emergency situation like stated for the SORA. About the alerts and the acknowledgement, just clarifications. So the non-conformance alert should be sent to the operators of the aircraft non-conforming. That's pretty clear, but also in the vicinity of the operator, in the vicinity of the aircraft deviating or not conforming, because we need to raise their awareness and look the sky. You have a drone's not going in the place you should be, and maybe you ultimately should intersect with the operations or your operations. So we need to raise awareness also of the operators. So no surprise, it's in the regulation. And to the ATC under certain conditions. So if an aircraft deviates, we will send the alerts to all the operators in the vicinity. Unfortunately, today, this notion of vicinity is not characterized. I cannot say 100 meters, so sorry, 1 kilometer, 10 kilometers. We don't know. We miss a bit the information to concretely put a value in vicinity, like geographic proximity in some other cases. That's something I know that we have to complete because I don't know. Actually, from EASA here, we don't know what could be a relevant value for that. It will also depend on the characteristic of the drone, the geography of the airspace, plenty of characteristics. So we may need help to define what is vicinity. And the acknowledgement, the rule is not that clear, but we believe that the acknowledgement should be made by the operators deviating to make sure that he has taken conscious of the situation, knows that he is the wrong guy, and must take actions to take the aircraft back to the authorized volume. The authorization or the acknowledgement to all the operators, including the ATC, I don't believe it's necessary. Maybe I'm wrong, you will tell me, because I think it's an additional burden on the operators, maybe with no added value, because we are not expecting action from them, while we expect an action from the operator deviating. What about ATC? That's an adjustment we have made in the AMC. We don't want to raise the alerts to all alerts to air traffic controller. Why? Because again, imagine that you have a deviation in the very center of the US space. The air traffic control will have no action, etc. And we may overload the air traffic controller with absolutely no reason, and we may ultimately impair the safety of the whole system in unduly overloading the air traffic control with information that they don't need to have to process. So we have adjusted the regulation or the AMC in order to precising that the air traffic control must be made aware, yes, but when there is a threat where the air traffic control has a responsibility, meaning the manned aircraft, the safety of the manned aircraft. And how do we have an issue with the manned aircraft is when the drone is exiting the U-space airspace. And here we cannot make assumptions. Yeah, we may have or we may not have a manned aircraft or no, we don't know. Basically, when the drone is not where it's supposed to be, so inside the U-space airspace, there is no other authorization, there is no information, is a threat for manned aircraft. So immediately, if the aircraft, the unmanned aircraft leaves the area, an alert should be sent to the air traffic control saying, look, there is something wrong, you may have a threat for your manned aircraft. So that's it for the non-conformance service or the conformance monitoring service.
Thank you very much, Stefan. I suggest we continue with the evolution and we take all the question and answer at the end.
Okay, what time is it?
11:30, so we are well on time.
Okay, yeah, okay. So I wanted to present you the evolution. So I started to in some cases where we know that we have to work. You heard already, even yesterday and this morning, that yeah, there are things to that we need to adjust or to complete because some information are missing. It's not because we not did well or perform well, it's because we have not the information, we are not able to get the information at the time of the election of the MCGM, but knowing that we have to complete. First, what about the time frame and the framework? So I'm still consolidating the feedback on CGM that we published in December 2022. I'm receiving some letters or requests or this kind of situation. So be sure that it's not for nothing because we are consolidating. I prefer to be frank. We may not agree with all the inputs because we have time to time different opinions. You saw the standard, for instance, we have some expectation. However, we are paying clear attention, real attention on the feedback you are providing, and anything that we can adjust, enhance, improve, complete, clarify, etc., we will do it. We hope to re-engage the discussion on the MCGM beginning of 2024. I wanted to do it earlier, but we'll have no time, and we have other things to manage ahead. Occurrence reporting, the certification frameworks, etc. So I don't believe that we have time to engage the discussion before the beginning of 2024. But we will do it. And we are already anticipating the publication of an update for an APA for 2025. Unfortunately, we cannot do it earlier because we need to have time for the discussion. And we have also limited resources in EASA, and we cannot afford to make it earlier, unfortunately. This update will bring clarification on the existing content. So there is plenty of tiny things to adjust, for sure, a kind of nominal maintenance of the MCGM. We clarify what really could be ambiguous or could be misinterpreted. We'll provide the adjustment as much as we can and when necessary on the exact content. So on non-conformance, you already have some hint, and we'll add numerous complementary items to continue the development of the use space implementation. For the framework today, how we are going to make it, there is no decision. We may recreate a kind of working group managed by IASA with our package leader in order to support the various items that need to be completed. But today there is clearly no discussion. So I keep receiving also questions. We would like to provide support on spacing, on performance requirement, on software, etc. Keep asking us, keep informing us. We'll try to collect the interest, your interest in participating. For the moment, I cannot promise that what we will do. So about the two main things that we have to do, potential additions and clarification. Today, we don't have a concrete case, but we receive time-to-time questions about cross-border operations. So I think we need to define the framework of cross-border operations. Do we have, how do we do with a decentralized and centralized in such case? What would be the responsibility of the USSPs and the competent authorities? How they should connect all the system? So I think we need to develop better information in cross-border operation. That's something we knew, but we had no time to work in the first batch of the MCGM. We need to complete as much as we can with the data we will have to complete the recommendation on the expected performance requirements, start to put some values or recommendations on various parameters. You have seen that, yeah, plenty of questions that we have, but what is a good value for that kind of performance? So as much as we can, we will try to complete. A very, very important part that we need to pay attention and is reported by various projects performed by EGU, but on the other sources about human factors considerations. On both sides. Yes, it's a fully digital system, fully automated, almost, but we are still human in the loop. Air traffic control and the operators. So for both, we will need to define what are the proper set of interfaces. When, for instance, we expect a kind of reaction or action from the air traffic control, what will be the tool for him to make that happen? Will it be confusing? Will it be raise an undue workload on the ATC part? And similarly on the operators, when we are expecting a timely reaction, for instance, in case of DAR from the operators, how are we going to present the information to him to make sure that his attention will be attracted, he will not be confused, and will properly take action? Same thing for traffic information we saw this morning. We are expecting a reaction of the operator. So if we are not presenting well the information, probably he will not pay attention and he will not do what is meant to do for safety. For the Article 5 and X2, that's something we started to hint. We have this strong requirement about interoperability. So we are thinking to go for the SWIM yellow profile in order to first tackle this physical layer and protocol layer about the requirement. What we need to do is to, I should have made it, is to define a good data set. We need to work on the alignment with the SORA with regard to the flight geography, generally speaking, and to realign the two words, flight authorization and the SORA flight geography. We may provide clarification about the operation starting and ending out of use space. So today we look inside the use space, but we already have some cases where the operator may start out of use space, enter the use space, exit use space. That's something we have to say. I don't know if we will have an answer to that, but there are concrete cases that we need to think about. How to ensure the synchronization between operations outside with the operations inside. For instance, in terms of flight authorization, do you activate when you start out of use space? Do you activate when you enter, you cross the border of the use space? Those kind of practical questions, we need to think about it, and also to see the coupling with the 947. We definitely to continue to work on the standardization, and especially about the interfaces to ensure interoperability. And for the certification part or organization part, we need to work on the oversight and the chain of investigation. That's something we are working, for instance, in the task force, but Today, you don't have information, you don't have MC or GM, or not that much. And that's something we need to clarify. And meanwhile, we are thinking, or we should discuss about also the coupling, generally speaking, with the SORA, maybe also to patch a few information in the SORA in order to enhance the coupling in the SORA when the operators are intending to provide operations in USpace. Maybe to transfer in the 947 some requirements or at least considerations about what an operator should be supposed to do when he will operate in USpace. With regard to the potential evolution, so it's not brand new content, but clarification adjustment. Clarification in USpace models and data exchange. This is something, sorry. We have plenty of consideration on the CISP, but we don't have a data set, so it should be interesting to at least to provide GM in order to early enable a certain level of harmonization. We need to, as I said by yesterday, by Vasily and Elina, we need to reconcile maybe some misalignment between the role of the coordination coordinator or the coordination mechanism, generally speaking, the airspace risk assessment and the hearing process. It seems that there are some confusions or things that we need to tackle, and we need to provide a consistent way to understand those processes and direction between the processes. We need to work on the recommendation for the installation development of the operator interfaces, again, potentially taking into consideration the human factors aspects. We need to adjust the, or to support the live and in-flight modification of the flight authorization. Today, it could be perceived as a monolithic way. You have a flight authorization, period. You activate, you do it, you end it. What about a need, operation need for an operator to change in flights a flight authorization? Because it's subject to strong wind conditions or environment conditions. There is a man aircraft incoming and he wants to safely get out of the trajectory or this kind of thing. So whatever the reason, we may provide or we may discuss this possibility to have live or in-flight modification of the flight authorization, which will follow the same principle. You can go to a place of the airspace if it's not already occupied by another aircraft. So the same mechanism should be applied, except that it will be in flight and dynamically. We should work on what I call a smooth change of flight authorization. I saw some questions that, yeah, for instance, if the flight authorization is removed because you have a special operations, what do we do? Because if we have removed the flight authorization, de facto, the aircraft is not conformant. So it's not legal to be there. We may think or find adjustment, and I received some proposal that I will take care about how to smooth those changes in the flight authorization in order to disrupt the authorization in a way that it may represent a threat for safety. We don't want to have an operator to react in panic and start to make an emergency landing and creating the situation worst due to external effects or event. Adjustment of the non-activation presence of manned aircraft that has been hinted this morning by Andrew. Yes, actually, what we request seems to be more stringent. So the idea is not to have a complete anticipation of the flight, the trajectory of the manned aircraft, and to ensure that there will be no collision at some point. But just to reduce that, we have introduced a question of spacing in the aircraft. The operator should respect a certain spacing, a certain distance with the manned aircraft. So maybe the idea is to limit the check to that distance. If we are below the authorized distance between the manned aircraft and the drone, we should not take off, period. So that could be an adjustment. About the integration of the contingencies in the flight authorization, I say today it's really to take care about this autonomous contingency. For all the rest, for instance, in Veloce, if the operator is always on control and will be able to mitigate the contingency, meaning mitigate by checking that there is no risk of conflict with the other airspace user, etc., maybe there is no need to integrate everything in the flight authorization. So what we want to tackle is this risk of with regard to the automation. So nobody will check the deconfliction in case of contingency. For the rest, we may relax. we may provide adjustment on the alert conditions. So especially this 5%, 95% things, and clarification of the system safety assessment. So it's related to certification more. Maria will present some outcome this afternoon, sorry. That's something we are discussing also with the task force, and we know, I think I can say that GUTMA as a group working on those parts, so we will certainly provide clarification on this safety assessment part. And that's it for the evolution. So a lot of discuss. I'm sure I'm missing plenty of items that we'll have to discuss, but you have already a kind of roadmap. If you have some ideas, you can for sure take into contact or keep us in touch and provide your inputs, and we'll continue the discussion in 2024 and definitely 2025.
Thank you very much, Stefan. So a lot of work ahead of us, and there are already a lot of questions regarding how these proposals for amending AMC and guidance material will affect USSPs already been certified, but we will go to that. I suggest we start with the question for traffic information for Kai.
Okay, so we start with the first one. The first one is, should unauthorized traffic, for example, detected by radar systems, be part of the traffic information service?
Well, if I can have that information, I prefer to have it.
We have no, yeah, answer right. I don't know if you have something to complement, otherwise we go on. The second one is, how about having the CISP provide traffic information outside U-Space airspace? Many actors see a bigger potential for this.
I take it over, okay. So that's indeed interesting. We will have to continue to work on that, but unfortunately, this is not the regulation of U-Space today. So we appreciate all the questions about that kind of operations, and we believe that it will be also an enabler for the operations for the SORA per the 947 outside U-Space airspace. But today we don't have answer because it's not meant to be that function. It's both. Yeah. It's
okay,
for USSP. Indeed, there is a
the CIS is not an,
yeah.
I repeat always, the CIS is not an operational stakeholder. CIS providing traffic information outside U.S.-based aerospace is definitively outside the U.S.-based regulation. Any operator, obviously, who goes on SORA authorization outside the U.S.-based aerospace can use third-party providers, but it will be part of their authorization and the way they claim they comply with their risk as a part of the SORA. So, right. But it's not a CIS per US-based regulation. Then it's nothing to do with CIPS, and it's not. It's a different service, so not regulated, no certified, no. So it's a different thing.
So contrary to what was done for the acquisition of the NIS location data, why was no reference made to the UAS operation to define the coverage area for detection of crewed traffic, as it merely states the minimum coverage for the receipt of information from electronically conspicuous manned aircraft?
I'm not sure I understand the question. Does this refer to where do we have to detect manned aircraft in the U-Space airspace?
The answer is yes. I for one, yes.
I thought we said that.
We have a notion of geographic proximity. This is one of the GM that we have the beginning in Article 3.4, I believe. We have said that.
Geographic proximity is for the detection of the US location.
No, also for traffic information. I need to check back. Okay, I keep your point. Maybe there is then something to clarify, but we have applied it also for traffic information service.
So it relates to US location for both traffic information
Oui.
and then the detection of the drone for the network identification service, but for the detection of my apologies, so let me repeat this. So as indicated by Stefan, for the detection of the network identification service data, so the location of the drone itself, the legislation refers to the US location, meaning you have to detect the drone in the vicinity of where it's flying. For the traffic information, same story. You need to display the traffic around the US operation. While for the detection of crude traffic, there is no reference to the US location. So it leaves some possible misunderstanding, while it indirectly refers to the U-space airspace limits and not to the US operation. I think it would make more sense to clarify that the detection of crude traffic is only required in the vicinity of the US flight plan.
That's okay. So I see your point. What you are telling actually represents the content of the MCGM. That's correct. We have a GM which does not then refer to the exact location of the operators, but the airspace, U-space airspace volume. And we are indicating that the acquisition should be made outside, because, for instance, when you have border operation, it's not at the last second that you need to have the information. You must anticipate, otherwise the operator will not be able to properly react, and the risk of collision is very high. So it's two different considerations, but okay, we may find a way to reconcile. Yes.
Thank you. Stefan, questions about the timetable and its consequences, because 2 years is a long time from today, and I think many here were thinking, wow, 2 years from now with the reform of the AMC and GM. Is there no possibility to make it quicker? Because I think there's some items to be discussed today that should be solved quickly, maybe, especially for now the ongoing airspace risk assessment. And then expanding the question, how will you deal with member states who say, okay, as long as it's not fit for me, the use space, I will not make it and have my own UTM system, like we do now in Austria. How will you deal with this?
That's a good question. Unfortunately, we cannot say that we will be able to amend the AMCs and guidance materia before 2025 because there are many other considerations, as Stefan has said. It's about the availability of resources to not from the drones team per se, but from all the process support that help us on publishing, enabling and talking proofreaders and so on. So it seems to be bottlenecked here to do that. Besides the availability to have something published by 2025, as Stefan says, the work will start in 2024. And in addition to that, we need to have proper time. When we think on an amendment, it's not just 1 month of work and here we go. I mean, look at the level of discussions we are having at the moment. Many things are still not clear, even though we believe it needs to be amended. But, we are missing, for traffic information, we are missing standardized models. So even if we will aim to publish before, I can guarantee you for all these points, we won't be able even to have the material ready unless industry. What we invite you is really to work on these subjects and to present as soon as possible solutions for topics that we are discussing today that are standardized, are agreed, and that we can then process quickly. So nothing prevents that we work before. We are saying that it will be very unlikely that we will publish something before 2024. A part of EASA resources is also look at the level of discussions and maturity that we are having across EU and in the different implementations. Shall we continue with the
additional question?
Okay.
How will the member states that already start to make a use space and assessment and start with use space do in the meantime? And will EASA provide some kind of overview how the different member states deal with all this in the meantime?
I think there are many questions, as I said in the slide, what about certified USSPs in accordance with the present AMCs and guidance material and all the aerospace risk assessment and US-based implementation. So will be then invalid after. It will be on a case-by-case modification. So for some modifications, it's only clarification. And basically what you are doing as a best practice now, when you are implementing right now, we will take what you are doing. For some cases that there are obvious mistakes, like where the flight ends, even if it is not in the regulation, so we're not going to wait until we amend the regulation to do it. So I think it's going to be on a case-by-case change. For some, it may be that there are other means of doing it. So it's an alternative mean. It's just recognizing that there are other ways of doing things. So we need to see case by case. Obviously, if there are things that require changes to systems or to implementations already there and we require major changes, we need to consider then transition. So then we say, okay, we give everybody 2 years, and by 2 years, everybody to the new AMC. We need to find ways of doing it without compromising safety, obviously. Yeah.
Yes. So the next one is, if no onboard detect and avoid are required in new airspaces, safety are mainly counted on UAS operators. To reduce cost, operators may be lack of motivation to increase additional equipment, although it's critical to safety. Any foreseeable schedule for onboard DAA for UAS operators?
Okay, so for detect and avoid system, it will be a necessary mitigation layer in the mid-air collisions. I will present something that you are very used to. You have seen 1,000 times. It's the mid-air collision layer model. It's part of the ESRM of Eurocontrol. It's part of ICAO. It's the building block of SORA. And you will see that US-based aerospace have certain mitigation, address certain mitigation layers, but it doesn't have all. The detect and avoid is missing. So that means that there will be a point in time where implementation without it will be unsafe. And therefore, we need to start. So any foreseen schedule, if we take RNT 230, there is a date, I would say 2027, where we start amending partakers to include the detect and avoid system. So these are the moment our timelines, okay? But do we have all the standards? Do we have CONOPS has been validated, is harmonized? I mean, we have some MOPs around there at the moment available. So here again, the ball is on the industry. So our deadlines to amend partakers and to amend the requirements to introduce detect and avoid systems as the last layer to enable integration is there, but we need to have validated CONOPS, validated solutions, validated standards, test, modeling, like we have done with ACAS for upper aerospace. So we need to have that for the lower aerospace and in general for detect and avoid systems functioning in the aerospace. Are we there? Maybe we need to start implementing some solutions little by little, put the constraints until we can implement a true detect and avoid system that works everywhere. So what we have been presented so far, at the moment we cannot say it's certifiable, and with that you can be integrated. Is what we can say at this point in time. But we have in the RNT 230 a deadline. We will see what we get until that point in time and how we can do it.
Yes, can I also add something to that? It's not up to the motivation of the UAS operators with regards to safety. it's up to the competent authority to actually approve the operational authorization. You know, if it's critical to safety, and say, hey, let's not do it. It's just expensive. I expect the competent authority to shake heads and say, no, sorry, not good enough.
Yes, and I would like to complete on that. It was on the edge to say that it's then where I think we will need to complete the MCGM in order to provide clear expectation of what needs to do by an operator to make sure that it's not a question of motivations. Time to time, it's also a question of understanding. To make sure that the installation and the role of the operators will be clarified with that regard. And then the competent authorities for the will be able to check what needs to be achieved by an operator. Next question.
Can we say that the risks of mid-air collision with manned aircraft due to a failure of flight authorization service are mitigated by the traffic information service?
No. Because we are tackling different kind of risk. The flight authorization is here to mitigate the risk of collision between drones. So inside the use per se space, make sure that they will not overlap in terms of operations and then to collide. While the traffic information is to ensure that the manned aircraft is kept separated from the drone. So two different type of risk and two different mitigations.
Reporter from Skies, the German speed. One question I heard during the presentation, the very good presentation about traffic information, that finally the traffic information is provided to the UAV, and then it's up to the UAV to take action in order to avoid any risk of collision.
The operators.
The operators to avoid any risk of collision, without any information about the separation. And within the AMC guidance, what I wrote, they talk about spacing, separation. Stéphane, you said that you will envisage to have an improvement of separation. Hearing that, I have in mind two models regarding the use space airspace design. The first model could be that you consider that you have to have a separation between the UAV and the manned aircraft. And the other model that I have in mind is that you can have also a distance for the USSP where or at which he has to provide information, traffic information in order to avoid. What is your view on that? Because for me, I believe for the airspace design is very important, and also for the usage of the airspace.
To have a common reference is what you mean?
Not a common reference, but what is the model? Because, as you said, the use space airspace is not a control.
Yes.
And providing only traffic information, is it sufficient to ensure that the separation, if you consider the separation like it is in ATM, for instance, it is sufficient or not? Is this more or less
Then there is two answers, and Maria may complete. If the assumption that the traffic information is a sufficient mitigation, Maria will answer, but that has been part of the initial studies in order to how to set up and implement use space airspace. And the risk that has been evaluated has been properly mitigated with the traffic information service. But Maria may complete on that. For the other part of the question saying, but then how do we have model and what is a good spacing? Unfortunately, we don't have a good answer today. We hope that the answer will come from the field at some point for the various models that are being implemented. Today, we don't have model, but they are being developed. I know that Eurocontrol is working on some model. I've been aware that a Spanish company is also working on simulation models, etc. So we hope to be fed back with some data. And I know that the industry and the audience, you have some people who already have models. So we may take them into account in the plan. But the reality is that today I'm not able to put a value like that. Yes, that's clear. That's something we'll have to complete. And Maria, yeah.
Yes, in the original safety assessment for the US space and the services, the assumption was that the US space aerospace implementation, it was below 500 feet So that was the assumption. And obviously, we have the two implementations when you are in control aerospace or control traffic in the case of class eco. So that traffic is separated through the application of the dynamic aerospace reconfiguration, and outside U.S.-based aerospace, still you have traffic below 500 feet, we know, but it's less. So, actually, if you take again, we go to the SORA application. So with the traffic information, so, and the probability of having an aircraft there. So you could say the traffic information gives you to cover this this application of SORA, and to have sufficient information from the remaining traffic that may be there at that point in time. Now, if we start doing implementations of U.S.-based aerospace without all the necessary services outside the conditions in which it was designed, the aerospace risk assessment, we need to come with additional restrictions. And maybe very performing services and even alerts that needs to be implemented. So this is why, okay, that limitation was put in EASA opinion during the implementation, during the adoption process, that limitation was taken out, but we still repeat it in the guidance material because we believe it's important. When we start implementing U.S.-based aerospace outside for what it was designed for, we always said we need additional services or very performing services. That's we need to be clear here. So, and maybe you need to have another ways. The issue is that since a service needs to be in the regulation, so we need to amend the regulation, but still nothing prevents to put constraints and additional requirements and performance of the services as a part of the aerospace risk assessment. So still is possible, but there will be additional things to do.
First one. Yes, please go ahead. Yeah. And there are three questions after that I would like to address because we clarify the concepts.
Thanks for the presentation. David Guerin from the World Bank and African Drone Forum. The question is across different sections, I think, about the CMS, the traffic information, and potential evolution, I think, with sections. And that is, for example, if you have a drone that exits the U-space and you give this traffic information to the air traffic service provider. I wrote a piece back in 2019 for International Federation of Airlines and Controllers about guidance material if there's a drone around a control zone, for example. The question really is, what should air traffic control do with that information? I don't think that's covered yet. And potentially they should pass that on to the pilot in command, who's responsible for safety of the aircraft, right? The conventionally piloted aircraft. What then should the conventionally piloted aircraft do with that information? So and we got kind of stuck on that as a problem. And the other question, what was the other question? Oh yeah, sorry. When you talk about third countries or cross-border, you have a term here in Europe. This is for operating in different countries within Europe. However, if you fly internationally in Europe, and I've asked this question for the last 5 years, you engage a whole lot of ICAO annexes and provisions on international facilitation, for example. I think in Europe we just kind of ignore that that's not the case. So two areas there that may be future evolution questions, please.
I tackle the first one, David. No, we are not ignoring ICAO by all means. No, please. Actually, we're not changing anything, aerospace classification. We're not changing anything what is ICAO reminds. What we are saying is in this sort of I call it always restricted aerospace, called U.S.-based aerospace. We are going to operate UISs because they cannot follow the typical flight rules. We don't know, they cannot fly IFR, they cannot fly VFR. We are follow US-based services. Man traffic continues to apply that. And if we will certify the drones to fly IFR, and we keep saying this is outside US space, so they need to apply IFR. So that we need to have sensors or whatever in place. If they are certified to fly IFR, they are no more US space. So this needs to be clear. Or if we certify to carry passengers, they are no more US space. Then we need to develop a US space, which is US space plus, which need to translate all the compliance. So we are compliant with ICAO. So absolutely.
That's good feedback. And also, I read a paper for the high-level Kirby conference, Safety Conference 2021.
Yes.
And that was submitted by Rwanda. It was approved by World Bank and East Africa Regional Safety Oversight. And that asked for further work, and it was accepted by the ANC.
Yes.
Further work on non-IFR, non-VFR, non-GA traffic in the national flights. So as a potential evolution, that's really a good study point.
There is the IAM study group, which have now a subgroup who is working on providing implementation guidance, where Stefan, Andrew, so you have here almost all the members, are there, and they need to provide implementation guidance for implementation of UTM for the small UISs. And I think, I don't know if Rwanda is there, but yeah, it should be. Yeah, they are there. Mm. So I do believe that they will provide good guidance on how, to manage these things around. Now for the questions, what to do with the information from a traffic controller when you receive an information and UIS have a seat in the US-based aerospace. I mean, is something, is an hazard, like any other hazard. And as a traffic controller, obviously, depending on where that UAS is and where your traffic is, you may need to give instructions to your traffic to avoid that area, because you don't know. You have a drone which is out of control, has exited, and we don't know where it goes. And you need to take measures to protect the traffic. So it's an hazard. So, I mean, it's already part of, this is already part of ICAO. That this information is, depending on whether it's in control or uncontrolled. It's like any other hazard that may appear in the aerospace, and you need to take care to protect the traffic for which you are responsible. So it depends how far. So I will say this is then expert judgment. If you have that the drone is very close to the arrivals or departures, you may even deviate the traffic. Because you have a drone out of control, you don't know the batteries, you don't know, so it depends, obviously. We hope that this doesn't happen very often. But because it will be...
Sorry, can I add to that?
Yes, please, Kai, take care.
I prefer you to say fly away. In the same way that the U-space airspace is not restricted to drones, drones are also BVLOS are not restricted to U-space airspaces. To exiting a U-space airspace may be a completely normal operation if the UAS operation has operational authorization.
Okay, Kai, yes, you are right. I think here it was the point whether the conformance monitoring trigger an alert. Obviously, there might be BVLOS flights that the drone is already authorized to exit the US-based aerospace and continue with this operation, but everything in that they control because it applies the SORA and everything is under control. I think here more the question was, when you are in U-space aerospace, in control aerospace, and you have someone who is not conforming.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, if you bust your conformance volume, that's an issue or an incident, really. But if your conformance volume ends on the border of a use space and you just continue outside and you have an operational authorization for that, that is a normal case. So I prefer, when we talk about loss of control, we talk about flyaways, and not just exiting is not a regular operation.
Yeah, you're right.
Can I also ask you an point, Maria, about that information? I was lucky enough to be on the counter UAS team with the EASA, and noting the drone incident management manual is a great resource if you're interested in that.
Thank you very much, David. You have also here one of the authors, Thomas, is here as well for Counter UAS. You may ask him.
Yeah.
So we continue.
So maybe I address the 4 very quickly, and we need to go to the other set because we have 20 minutes, so it's hard to maintain the time. For the first question, again, we apologize, but those kind of concept implementation is not use-based regulation. That's something we will have to discuss certainly at some point, but maybe yes, maybe not. We don't know. We cannot provide an answer about operations outside of use-based space. Today, we don't have any model. What I would say that USSPs that will be certified are certainly the most able to provide information outside use-based space. We know them, the TMPR, somehow the robustness of the TMPR that operators may use will be ensured through the certification process. So maybe, but not for today as a discussion. And the following one, how should you operate in use space, etc. This one is a bit frightening for me because we have tried to explain that during 2 days. So geo-operate in use space if they are controlled. You will have dynamic space reconfiguration. So the sky will be clear of drones when the GA or even kind of man aircraft, it could be a glider. So the sky will be clear. And a risk of collision in uncontrolled airspace. This traffic information will be provided today, and that's the operator responsibility to maintain separation. That's the idea. On when US go out and etc., who inform them in Class G? I mean, to inform man aviation, we don't provide alert. We don't provide feedback to any kind of information to the man aircraft. For a good reason is that we are changing the level of safety, and we're potentially changing the regulation will apply to the USSP. So it's not any longer 664, it could be 373, and that will be a big change in terms of responsibility certification for the USSP. So to enable the use-based implementation, we are targeting a lower level of safety or limited one with an adjusted set of requirements, and we are on purpose not providing feedback to the air traffic control in that case, or man aircraft, man aviation. Similarly, for the next question about automated orders from the USSPs to the man aircraft, that's my understanding. No, we don't, and Maria may complete, but if we do that, the USSPs are becoming controllers. And we are drastically then changing the shape of the regulation. We don't want the USSP to give orders to the man aircraft. That's clear. Maria, if you want to develop on the last bit.
No, that then we, following that we need to comply with the ICAO, then they become flight information service providers, the FIS, the ATS, and then we need to follow the 373. So here we need to continue to comply with ICAO, and yeah. So now what there is obviously the information that may go through the SIS to a potential flight authorization that may inform that attention, U.S.-based aerospace drone operations. This is something still we need to work on. Yeah. But this is more, let's say, the typical flight information service. If you have information available to you, you need to provide it. That's clear. Next.
Okay, so we are now to the conformance monitoring. Should it be mandatory for the ATS to be alerted in case of a UAS leaves the U-space and control their space? Would it be through an ATS application with the information received as network ID user, or should the USSP alert the rest of the users, including ATS?
And the answer is clear. Go back to the regulation. that's mandatory. That's mandatory. So there is no question. Yes, they have to be alerted. The refinement we have made in the AMC is to precise the case where it needs to be alerted. And then, as I said, is when there is a threat for the manned aircraft. So out of due space, airspace. And about the way to alert, so then it will depend of the model, centralized, decentralized, and that's part of the agreement to be found between the USSPs and the ATS in order to make sure that the proper set of interfaces are properly deployed. So we have the framework for that.
Then we have, can you explain the CNS infrastructure requirements in order to ensure the 95% containment and in terms of also drone equipage?
So no, I can't. I don't get. No, I have
You
to
tell
admit
us.
the limit of the exercise. No, I don't.
You tell us. That's definitively something still very exploratory. Yeah, please, Andrew, you are working on those projects, so you can tell us.
The 95% is set in function of the ability of the CNS infrastructure. If you have nothing, then 95% is huge. But the aircraft will report their own position, and the UAS operator should master how well that works. Otherwise, they're not really up to the job of flying in among other aircraft. So if you're very pessimistic about the ability, ask for a bigger area. If you're confident, then you can ask for a smaller area. But there's no magic.
I think on the area of CNS and performance of any infrastructure, we need to have a lot of more feedback from research activities and all this demonstration, and in particular the DSD, so the Digital Sky demonstrators. Really, please provide feedback on what can we achieve realistically with network ID. The colleague of Israel left, but he has.
He's on the back.
He's on the back. He's talking to Elina. So he says he has a lot of feedback on performance of network ID. So we may need to take what can we achieve with network ID as a basis of conformance monitoring based on the flight authorization service. So
yes, next question.
So how to reconcile the conformance monitoring service definition, which is triggered when breaching the deviation thresholds in the 664 versus non-conforming state in ASTM 3548, which is triggered when breaching the operation intent volume, so the 4D trajectory, which definitions should be followed?
So the ASTM standard is useful, but it's not mandatory. So what we need to ensure is the consistency between regulations. And today we have two regulations, the 665 and 947. So if we have something to reconcile, that's between the regulation. And to make somehow the life easier and the testing easier from the operators, we should have commonalities between the two words 947, because that's what knows the operator first. So if I need to put a priority on that, I will put a priority on the harmonization with 947. Then indeed, any other source of information, like this standard, for instance, will be useful, and we try to maintain a kind of consistency or explanation or how to reconcile. But clearly, my priority is not with that standard, but with the 947. Sorry for that.
We'll go to the next one. So in case of optional conformance monitoring, how are the alerts exchanged between USSPs when not all USSPs provide the service?
If in a US space aerospace it's been decided that conformance monitoring is mandatory, all USSPs providing services in that US space aerospace needs to be certified to provide conformance monitoring. There is no optional. So if it is mandatory as a part of the ARA process, then it's mandatory for all. If it is not mandatory as a part of the ARA process, then no one is providing that.
Want to complement or we go to the next one?
No, so just to reframe, the set of services required for a specific use space will be required for all USSPs. That's what this means. So you cannot have a USP with 4 services, another one with 5, another one with 6. So we must have a consistency in the term of services provided.
And then the next one is more of a comment. So in contingency volume, a warning should be provided and the alert when leaving the authorized volume.
Yeah, but this is where we need to refine the concept in where to take properly the alert. Today we are indeed providing the alert when leaving the authorized volume, which also encompasses the contingency volume, but maybe it's not the thing we want. It's not that performant in terms of safety.
What about non-human factors that affect the flights, or like a loss or lack of GNSS signals, change of wind speed at higher altitude, and etc.?
So this kind of problematic may be first identified through the airspace risk assessment. If you have severe wind conditions or this kind of thing, so all the things which may impair the safety of the flight should be anticipated at a higher level. We have an intermediate level of safety that will be discussed with the USSPs about the design implementation, what happens if there is a data corrupted, a malfunction of a service, and ultimately the operators themselves for their SORA. We need to reconcile various kind of data. So there is no single answer to that. And for those kind of factors to trigger an alert, that would be difficult. We don't know how to make that alerting system that complete. It's not the regulation today. We could, if we have a performant weather information service indicating that the wind conditions, for instance, are going over the minima, we may raise an alert, but could be, technically could be, but today we don't have any ground to work on that.
And the last one, avoid use space scope limitation with too many false non-conformances, multiple operators in the same airspace, and allow means to confirm coordination between operators out of use space scope airspace. Operator declare out of scope authorization, and USSP only checks use space scope conformance.
So I don't see the question here, but I'm reading.
Can you clarify?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
So can you take a mic?
Yes.
And can you switch to the other part? No, we need to switch to the other one.
Yeah, I have to cram quite a lot of text in a small box, so that we will maybe. So it's about the fact that multiple operators might be the same airspace when you allow, and that's maybe something we have to do earlier than when all the AMC etc. are adopted. That operators can say we have agreed amongst each other that we are going to use the same airspace, so that it is not popping up as a non-performance, and all of a sudden the second operator pops up in the same airspace, and they have agreement. The second one is about operations in other scope, use space scope airspaces inside a use space volume, a helicopter landing area or whatever. The operator has done authorization, now it's a reject, which means that I assume when an operator takes off there, that it could pop up as a non-conformance, why it isn't. So also allowing declaration, for example, to the operator to say, okay, I've got an authorization there, use-based service provider doesn't have to confirm, but just having that capability of just registering that this is not a non-conformance. It's just suggestions. Right?
Yeah.
So if I understand correctly, so you are saying a case, hypothetical case where you have a US-based aerospace and inside there is an area where it's no-fly zone becomes dynamically a no-fly zone. Still there is a UAS operator because of emergency or something is allowed to take off, and this should not be a non-conformance. Yeah, so I guess hypothetically this is possible now. The implementation on how to is again this specific special operations that has sort of authorization in the systems. We need to see practically how this can be.
It's not so hypothetical. These are situations that we have today already.
Yeah. So I mean, is I don't know, a field where this operation is authorized no matter what, but the issue is it will be very difficult for U.S.-based service providers to ensure the confliction with others when there is a flight there who nevertheless take off even if so you know the issue. The implementation needs to be carefully evaluated. What does it mean, the responsibility of USSP in that case where there is a BVLOS flight that will take off even if it's a no-fly zone because it's especially authorized, then it's not his responsibility. So how to deal with this?
I think it should be clear that the use of service provider is not at all responsible verifying that the operator has got an authorization to fly in that specific airspace. The use-based service provider should only check what is within its own scope, and everything else is a responsibility actually of the operator. But now it results, as I understand it, in a reject, which should probably not be the case.
What is the authority? We need to clarify in the geo-awareness and as a part of the SIS that there is an specialized operation, so it needs to be clear also for the UAS, for the USSPs. Yeah, so it's a particular case. So, but yes, you say it's a normal case. We need to think how we work it out.
So I don't know if it's an operational use case, but what we said yesterday that anyway, if you go to your local authority and you get the authorization, PL 947, as today, you will be able to fly. So yeah, so I propose to continue to MCGM for 5-10 minutes, and we'll have a short lunch break because we have a lot to say this afternoon certification. But there are some questions on the MCGM. It's quite important to address them.
Yeah, so very shortly, the question here is, instead of working on the MCGM, is there an incentive at the European Commission to improve the text of the regulation?
So yes, there are some incentives. Merci, Kuhn. So for sure, we continue then to carry on the clarification and interpretation. So the goal ultimately is to also update the regulations and feedback and to realign. So that's not a surprise. That was part of the roadmap. Except that to change a regulation is much more demanding than to change the MCGM. So if we want to have a short fix, even if it's 25, still a short fix. Yes, we cannot start from the regulation because otherwise it will be in 5 years. We could make in parallel, potentially, in order to save time and to not have this sequential approach. But then we need to be clear on what needs to be changed also in the regulation. So you see, that's a good idea. I would prefer that because it will clear a certain number of issues or things that we have to address and complete at the MCGM level. But this may not be the fastest one. Yeah.
One needs to consider as well, obviously, said, okay, let's amend the regulation and touch only the articles that we need to. The regulation was adopting a very tight balance. And when you open a tight balance, you may end up with things that you don't want in it. So that's also while we are a bit careful with opening the tight balance. But yes, there are many things that needs to be amended in the regulation. We have said clarification, gaps, so it will be inevitable, but it will take longer. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we already replied to those then following two, so I will just
say one.
Mark them 1 and 2.
You can read the first one.
Yeah.
Oh. We have no problem as well. So I take over, so there is no problem. So the question about how to deal with this transition period between the fix that we know that we have to fix and the certification which have been already engaged or will start soon. That's a very, very good question, and we are not ignoring the matter. We have plenty of means. If it's a local issue, something not that much critical, we can already deal with that at certification level, and to find an agreement in the frame of a local discussion, no need to undertake a big harmonization process. We tackle the things directly with the applicant on a case-by-case basis. When something needs to be clarified in a wider manner, we can publish recommendations, additional recommendations through a white paper, this kind of thing. Ultimately, maybe the way to do, that's something we are considering, is to create an ACMOC in order to officialize a new position, saying that was the intent, but whatever, blah, blah, blah. We propose something, an alternative, which is equivalent in terms of safety, and we can publish the alternative agreed. So that could be a possibility, but it's much demanding in terms of preparation, but it could be then generalized. And any member state, for instance, could be able to pick up and to know what is then the referential in terms of certification. So we have plenty of means, but that's something for sure we are considering and we need to tackle. That's clear. We are not ignoring the matter.
Okay, so the next one is exactly regarding ALTMOC, so yeah, you already provided an answer. Also, the next one is regarding future evolution of AMC and GM. So what happens with the ongoing project? So I think we can.
Yeah, it's the same.
It's the same. Also, this one is regarding the timeline. So in the implementation of USpace before the next MPA. So again, we answered, and the last one came up when you were speaking about AMC-GM. So to exchange cross-border information, will it be an idea to create an EU CISP?
Le premier déjà, je viens de I answer to the first because that's really a question of perspective. And clearly, I think this question has been answered years ago. There has been a push of the industry, as said by Maria, in order to accelerate the implementation of the new concept. So it was clear at that time that not everything will be ready in a very short time frame. There was a kind of high-level agreement say, we will improve while developing. So indeed, that leads to a kind of uncertainty on some matters because not everything there. So it's always a matter of perspective. Either you wait 20 years before to have all the models and all the implementation and all the standard, and you are able to build the system with all the tools already defined, or you take a pack of risks and you patch, you complete, etc. all along the discussion. It's what we are making. But meanwhile, you are already enabling the operations. You are already making some things, and you are standing right, waiting for something which may come in 10 or 20 years. So the decision has been made years ago in order to take that path, saying, yes, we want to start as soon as possible to enable already some kind of operations, baby steps, and we will solve the issues that they will come. That's demanding in terms of preparation. It requests a lot of reactivity of all the stakeholders, the regulator, but also the industry developing the system, for sure, because when there is something to change, there is a cost. But that's the flexibility and plasticity of the concepts that has been promoted. So we'll continue to that, and we will continue to make those increments to the certification, to the regulation, to the MCGM, etc. That's clear. And we will patch as we will learn, and we'll get feedback from the field as a kind of any engineering process.
The last one I will take, and then we break for lunch. Is there an idea to implement UCIS? We have today in aviation Group AID, that is Eurocontrol, is certified to provide AIPs across the EU. In principle, it's possible Now, USSPs are very local thing. It is a question of what is practical. It's practical to have agreements on how this common information is distributed between USSPs that potentially maybe cover cross-border operations, or how to cover USPs that they are colliding in borders and so on. Maybe it's more practical to discuss these interactions bilaterally than to create a new common information service provider similar to Group AID. Or if it is better to do it that way, it's possible. I would say it's really what you believe is better. And Group AID certified as an AIS provider, certified by us, so because it's one for all, so it will be the same. So really, what you think is best. So the question back to you. And we break for lunch. The colleagues on the WebEx, please, at 20. 15. So 1:15. Back.
Okay. So I apologize for the people online. We were searching, but we were mute actually. So we're starting to present the slot of this afternoon about certification. And I was mentioning that the safety of the operation use space are supported by a safe provision of the services, which mean a high level of quality and integrity in the data and the performance of the system. So there is it's not novelty, because you can look on the Article 15, and the certification process is meant to demonstrate that the level of performances which are established through the Article 3.4 are properly demonstrated and implemented by the ESSP and or single CISP. Just a step back to the validity of the certificate. So you will find in Article 14 the conditions to obtain a certificate. The certificate must be obtained before to start the provision of service, otherwise you are not qualified to provide service. And just a mention of what are the relevant competent authorities. I will come back to that in a second in another slide, but we have three main cases in terms of competent authorities. So the organization entities in charge of the certification could be single CISP or the USSPs. By default, the competent authorities are the authorities of the country where the organization are established. If you are a French USSP, you go to the French authorities. If you are a German company, you go to the German authorities or German competent authorities. On the other side of the spectrum, all the organizations which are not located in Europe will go to EASA. That's where we are playing a role as a competent authority. So you have, we may have US-based companies or in Asia, etc. They must come to EASA. We have an intermediate scenario where a European organization may provide service in several countries in Europe. In that case, there is an opt-in clause in the regulation which allows that company with a substantiated and well-demonstrated position to come to EASA. So we'll have to liaise us, EASA, with the member state of this company. But the certification can be undertaken by EASA. In any case, it's a way to compensate whatever the reason with a lack of coordination, resources, dissenting opinion of this organization with its local authority. We are not here to address that kind of thing. So we may reject if this kind of opt-in if it's not duly substantiated, but that's something that may happen. Something I wanted to highlight then about the certificate is per the regulation, there is a mutual recognition of certificates, so between member states. That's something we'll discuss today. That need to be completed with a local evaluation of the certified performances of a given use space. So I will come back to that. That's something we have a lot of discussion in order to build this framework. But just to tell that when you have a certificate, it's recognized everywhere. There is no reason to undertake a certification with another member state. the certificate is granted, you are certified, you can go everywhere in Europe. The same for the companies outside Europe. When they have an EASA certificate, they can get access to all the European countries. A few words about what we are doing, just as an introduction. I take the opportunity to say that before to go further. We have received 2 applications, us EASA today. We are working on 2 USSP certifications. So all what you will see in the presentation is being concretely experienced with our 2 applicants. We may have 2 others incoming, I hope by end of 2023, and 2 others, maybe yes, maybe not, we don't know. There is an interest, but we have not yet concrete information. So in the whole list of USSPs which have applied to EASA or showing interest, we have 6, 2 are really ongoing. A few words about the certification framework. So as we have tried to explain already, the approach we have for the 664 is inspired, similar from the free symmetry and the activities which are already established for the ATM system. However, all the activities have been tailored through or for the use space concept and models. It's why you have the Article 15, which calls time-to-time piece of the 373, and you also have a set of AMC-GMs which characterize, re-indicate what needs to be done in the context of its space. Then how we are going to undertake the certification. And the two items which will allow to start the certification activities. I will come back to the application form, which will require some data, but really the 2 pieces, main pieces in order to establish the certification framework will be the CONOPS and the compliance matrix. The CONOPS is there to explain the use case of the operator, or the USSP, excuse me. We want to provide services in a decentralized model or a centralized model, uncontrolled airspace, all controlled airspace. We want to have 4, 5, 6 services. We will acquire the services from a third organization or other USSPs. So just to understand what is the context of that certification in order to see where we need to put emphasis along the certification. The compliance strategy and the compliance matrix has a key item in order to understand how the applicant will intend to demonstrate the compliance. Will provide documentation, they will provide tests, they will do analysis, they will do model, they will do integration in the field. I don't know, but we need to understand against each requirement and AMCs, potentially GM, what will be the strategy of the applicant in order to validate the approach ahead and to detect if what will be done will be suitable in order to support the compliance demonstration or not. Along the activities, we will pay attention to all articles, including the MCGM, and we will have 2 big frames or threads. One on the organization itself, through the management system, and I will come back on a sub-part about information security management system and the so-called part IS. I will present a bit of information on that. But big part on the management system, the quality, safety, the rule for the organizations, all the things you can imagine for the organization itself. So very, very similar to the thing we have for ATM. And a technical part through the safety support assessment that will be presented by Maria, software assurance, information security assurance that I will present. So clearly technical investigations on the systems presented by the single CISP or the USSPs. Everything needs to be evidence-based, so we trust, but we prefer to see. Technical driven, so we want to see evidence in terms of tests, about manuals, about procedures, requirements, so all the material that need to be developed along a classical engineering process. Could be either mostly remote. We use the technical means and up-to-date technical means or modern technical means in order to reduce the travel, etc., and the impact of the certification. So we try to make the things as much as possible remote, and through desktop preview. So we read the documentation at Odesk and audits. I will come back to that. And we will try to find synergies between certification and other activities. I will not go today in that depth, for instance, for the automated testing presented or hint this morning by Foka and Amanda. But that's the kind of things when we know that several companies are using the same way to demonstrate compliance. We don't want to repeat the discussion 1, 2, 3, 10 times, but to find synergies in order to really be efficient in the way we are using our workforce in order to not multiply or demultiply the activities and to tackle the discussion once for all. Again, for the certification validity, there are some certificate validity, sorry. We have some questions. So the certificate have an unlimited duration. When you have it, as soon as you comply or you show that you are still complying with the requirements, could be part of the oversight process, you keep your certificate. There is no process to renew it per se. Again, the monitoring is covered by the oversight. You may have findings, indeed. So the oversight is intended to ensure the continued adherence of the companies to the internal process, those which have been accepted and certified. If a company does really, really bad things, ultimately it may lead to a revocation. But that's extreme cases. And usually we release findings through the oversight. We control that the findings are properly taken into account and the organization is never prevented to provide services. That really depends on also the will and the capacity of the organization to answer to that. We will have some presentation about oversight, by the way. If you organization decide to stop the activities, the certificate can be surrendered to us, EASA, but to the competent authorities that are speaking. When I say EASA, you imagine competent authorities, by the way. I have not changed anything. So the company stops. They have not, the certificate does not belong to them. And that's it, they cannot provide any more the services. And then a particularity of USpace, and something that you may have seen in Article 14 about the 6 months of provision of service, etc., is to tackle a specificity of USpace. As I have mentioned just before, the certification is given on the basis of a certain level of performance requirement. So imagine that you have been certified and you don't provide services. You stop or you don't engage immediately, and 6 months, 1 year has elapsed. What is the guarantee that what you are going to provide, is still compliant with the performance requirement of the use per space that you are targeting? Absolutely nothing. So it's why you cannot immediately restart the operations, but you must undertake this somehow revalidation of the performances of your services against the one that may have evolved in the use per space, new operational constraints, new performances to fulfill before to start providing services. So that's the idea. So it's not a revocation or a suspension of the certificate. It's just to make sure that what you are going to provide is really what is required in the use per space. So that's a safeguard. Few information about the certification cost and the factors which are directly contributing or influencing the cost of the certification. So that's something I'm repeating, or I'm going to repeat. And we already provided information in March in the EASA high-level conference on drones. So I replay the same slide with the same information, but that's something we need to clarify. So the two main factors in terms of cost, for sure, are the depth of the investigation, which will depend on the things that we need to assess, and the team. More you have team members, you can expect that more you have human hours, and that the cost of the certification can be multiplied. So this amount of tasks versus number of team members will give you a number of project hours for that project. Immediately, the consequences in terms of cost is that you need to apply hourly rates. We have different schemes in Europe. Here I speak first for EASA. There is no choice. We are under a special scheme, fees and charges for the external or non-European applicants, and we have an hourly rate. It could be the same for some other member states. This hourly rate is clearly dependent of the principal place of business. So as I said, if you have French organization, you have all your headquarters and advisory board, or all the decisions are making in France, then you have no choice. You need to go to the French authorities. So this notion of principal business, you cannot deviate. So all the certification tourism that I heard at some point, etc., cannot happen. You cannot choose where you want to be certified, or you need to move all your board and all your entities inside the country that you are targeting. So it could be a possibility, but then you need to really relocate your organization in order to be part or to be installed in the country you are targeting. So this hourly rate and all the schemes in terms of fundings and cost of certification are dependent of the member state of the competent authority. And here we have various examples. It's not harmonized over Europe. Some countries, you have a flat fees. Some countries, the certification could be close to zero, etc. That's something you need to cope with. Unfortunately, there is no way to escape except to relocate your country, your organization. Then, what are the additional factors? So you have a core set of activities, you have a core set of team members and expertise to provide, and actually USSPs or applicants do not have that much to do on that part. However, where the USSPs or the single CISP have really a clear influence, it's about three factors that I'm going to explain. First, the novelties and alternative. If an applicant comes to brand new novel techniques, plenty of alternatives because they are not fine with the exact content of the MCGM, you may imagine that we will have to look in depth. We will have to assess the alternative. We will have to set up maybe additional certification material, checklist, audits, or this kind of thing. For all those kind of novelties that we are ready to cope with, have a cost in terms of certification. So if you come with a conventional method, it's a no-brainer. If you come with something totally new, we will have to assess that it's right. So we'll have to spend time on it. Second thing, very important, I will come that on the application form, is about the maturity of the applicant and the ability to deliver on time with a good level of quality. If an applicant comes to us not really prepared, with a poor quality documentation, you can definitely imagine that we'll have to spend 2 times, 3 times, 5 times, 10 times more than others on the certification. So we recommend the applicant to come to us when they are really ready to undertake the certification. So the maturity of the organization as a technical or all the technical aspects in the certification must be really anticipated before to come to us. We can provide advice, but I can tell to be a contractor, us as ASEA, we have a very high early rate. Maybe it's not the best to come to us for to get advice. So the best is to take advice outside the certification framework and to be prepared when you get in contact or in touch with your competent authorities. And for sure, the project duration has a cost because naturally you have overhead. If you need to have meetings, regular meetings, to re-engage the activities, to slow down, to restart, to resume, to undertake the discussion, etc., you will pay that overhead. So that level of overhead, for sure, with an early rate quite high, will have an impact on the overall cost of the certification. Then how to try to minimize that cost? And I don't have many solutions, but that's something we need to prevent. Because the idea is to say, what is the cost? The main cost factor in that equation is about the activities that we need to undertake and then the team that we need to provide. Imagine that if we are able to wipe out all the software activities, you remove one expert, you remove audits, you remove desktop review. So indeed, there is a gain in terms of cost. However, if we do the activities, because we need to ensure a certain level of quality, and it goes through what we are deemed necessary in terms of breakdown. So if we start to remove some activities, clearly we may impair or invalidate the level of quality of your systems. It will be less reliable, it may be more prone to defects, it may be unmanageable, it may be unstable, and all those kind of conditions, if you have the switches model in mind, are whole you know, and trigger for safety events. And we want to protect safety events. So we in any manner, we will reduce the certification effort to reduce the cost of the certification. We may find an alternative. We may find another way to work with you. We may find a way to find synergies, as I say, between projects, but we cannot simply sharply remove some activities from the certification task. And the message we want to pass, yes, the certification has a cost, that's clear, but safety is an investment. Imagine that you are not that well prepared. We accept a system which is not that much stable. We don't know where the procedures are not clearly established. Then the services are not that compliant with the regulation, etc., and that you have an accident. Be sure, as we discussed yesterday, that the social acceptance will get you back. And that's the best way to compromise all the developments of the use space and the drone operation, generally speaking, if we are not at the highest level of safety and highest level of quality for use space. When I say highest, I don't, say the highest level of safety as aviation in general. Is the thing that we need to achieve for use space airspace. So no shortcut. We have a reduced level of safety for use space. That's our knowledge, but then we need to anyway cope with that. Before to go to the other details, let's discuss about how to trigger a certification process. And I will come back in a second about this maturity of the applicant, because you may have seen the application form. It's quite demanding compared to other kind of certification, but it's on purpose. So you will receive an application form. This is something that has been harmonized through the task force between member states. So you should have the same kind of template. The first thing we will ask you is to identify the type of services that need to be certified. So as said yesterday, for an initial certification, if you are USSP, there is no choice. You need to deliver the four mandatory services. So network identification service, geo-awareness, flight authorization, and traffic information must be tickled. We cannot accept a certification based on 3 or 2 or 1 mandatory services. Then the USSPs, at least for us, can on a voluntary basis can be certified for conformance monitoring or with information. So if they don't know, they can stick on the 4. If they have prospect on some use space where the conformance monitoring will be required, they can come with already the conformance monitoring, or they complete the work later. So there is no obligation for the optional services, otherwise they would not be optional, but the 4 are clearly required, mandatory for initial certification. Looking further, when you will have changes, in that case, yes, you can simply tick for further evolutions only the service which is impacted by the modification. If you need to change, for instance, to correct a bug, a defect, or changing the philosophy for flight authorization, for sure the application form, the scope will only be on the application form. No, sorry, on the flight authorization service. And for the seats, we have positioned us EASA for the seats, but today we are not dealing with, by the way, it should be single common information service provider, but we don't have any single seats coming to us, even if per the regulation, it's a possibility. Then what about the documentation to be provided? A lot. So it's not to put burden on the companies coming to us, but the idea is to start in order to first reduce the effort in time, because we have also us EASA limited resources, and to limit the overall cost of a certification. As I said, we are requiring a lot of documentation which allow to show the maturity of the applicants, and I think this approach is agreed among member states. Especially with a novel concept like that, where the applicants or the industry may not be that ready. It's really important to be sure that when we start, we have a proper set of information. So what you can see here are the various documents to be provided aside the application form. So the CONOPS, as I said, a description of the services which help us to understand what will be the platform, what you will provide in terms of information to the operator. So it's not an 100 pages book, but a kind of synoptics, explanation of what is being provided. The compliance matrix and the demonstration plan, which is very important to us to see if the applicant has already got the point, how to support a certification, what to be, how to demonstrate the compliance with certain requirements, etc. All the information related to the management system, the information security management manual, or at least a reference of how it's managed and integrated, change management procedure, occurrence reporting, business plan, very important to see if there is a viability of the provision of services, contingency plan, emergency management plan only for the USSP per the regulation, and record keepings, which are here. Important information, but quite easy to answer. So the main part will be certainly the ConOps that we need to have, the compliance matrix, and the management system manuals, information security depends on what you do, but yes, could be demanding. Change management procedure, normally you should have something, but we need to have that level of detail. And that will be the basis, so I speak for me or for IASA, that will be the basis of the code that we'll have to provide to you when you will undertake a certification. So here I speak specifically for the non-European companies, but I imagine that various member states may have the same approach. We will tell the industry how much it will cost, and we can discuss on the scope, we can discuss on the time frame in order to, already indicate what will be the effort that a company needs to support. And after, free to them to decide if they continue or not. But we need to be clear on, as much as we can, there is a lot of uncertainty in certification, but as much as we can to provide those information. So in the EASA system, we provide a code. The code needs to be accepted by the applicant before to undertake the certification. And I use those information in order to build the code. So we don't have specific metric or algorithm, very fancy algorithm to do that, but just looking on the amount of information, the quality information provided, we have already an idea of the knowledge of the company when they come to us. So the maturity of the applicant really will be efficiency in the investigation, and efficiency in the investigation means less cost. I'm going to go to the organizational approval. So that would have been the part of my colleague Begonia. So I take over. So I apologize if I'm not that fluid, but I'll do my best for the presentation. So what is a typical organization approval processes? Of course, the USSP investigation, you can extend to single CISP. The USSP investigation is performed to show that your organization is fulfilling all applicable requirements. So as I said, the MCGM, for sure, the regulation per se, but the MCs and some GM that are of some interest. We'll ask a compliance matrix so that you'll be your self-assessment and compliance statement and demonstration. And we'll get information from the organizational exposition, the compliance description manuals, and all the internal procedures. So we look then on the best practices of the company, what we are expecting in terms of practices. We will perform some investigation that I will detail, and certainly we will audit the companies in order to make sure that when we have a procedure, it's properly and correctly applied in the company along the activities. So it's not a statement of, yes, I'm good, yes, please see the procedure, that's fine. But on some cases, we may need to go to the company to audit them to make sure the adherence of the activities with the planned procedures and processes. We'll have various phases, could be time to time overlapped, but that's the usual framework that we have. So the phase one application is what I explained to you for the application form, where we evaluate the maturity of a company before to engage the certification and to evaluate the quote or the cost of the certification. So that's the phase one I have described. We will have a kickoff meeting. So we'll first review the organization exposition, so the finance, the liability, the coverage, etc. of the organization. That will be the phase two. Along, we'll start to to look at the self-assessment, so the compliance matrix, make sure that the activities will be able to show or support the compliance demonstration. The phase 3 will be dedicated conceptually to that depth of investigation. We'll review the manuals, we'll do some technical audits or this kind of activities to make sure that the compliance is achieved, is not simply stated, but achieved. Those phase 4, so we have a preliminary phase when you say detailed review of organization exposition. It goes often with desktop reviews. We don't make audit at that time, or we may anticipate, but the idea is to make first a paperwork. We may have meetings, discussion, etc. But the idea is to first, based on the paper review, documents review, to assess the level of performance of the organization. Then we do some audits. I will come back to that again in a minute. And yes, you have a follow-up. So all the findings that may have been raised along the activities will have to be closed for the certification and to get the certificate. So if some activities are missing, could be major findings, part of the activities are missing, please complete and come back to us, or tiny things, clarifications to be established in the documentation. Ultimately, we will issue a certificate, and there is an intermediate phase that we need to mention here, especially from a system perspective. We'll have to assess in between all the limitations that you may have, make sure that if you have issues, they are properly mitigated. If you have defects, imagine you have major defects in your system, if you want to operate despite the fact that you have a bug, we need to discuss about all the mitigations and problems and mitigations that you will have to provide to the operators, for instance. After that, we'll start the oversight process. What about the certification team? So here you may have variations in terms of workforce. You may have 1, 2, 3, I don't know, 5, 6 people. It does not count. What I want to highlight here is the type of activities and the type of competencies that you need to have when the certification team will be established, and to let the industry understand what kind of competencies they will have to have, also mirroring to that. So a team leader, we need to have a proper interface in order to manage the project and to manage the interface between the applicants for us that we have viewpoint, but also with ERSA mirroring to that. You need to have a use space. That's pretty obvious. Otherwise, no understanding of what is to be achieved in a use space context. You may have a perfect person for management system or cybersecurity. If he has no idea of what is use space, that may be a bit complicated for the compliance demonstration. The use space will be in particular in charge to assess or to develop the CONOPS, the compliance matrix, and to establish the compliance with the various use space articles. LTM experts, as I said, we have plenty of things which are coming from the management system or ITM world. So management system, procedures, finance and legal aspects, and safety support assessment, software aspects. So for the assessment of the software processes and the product, the system itself, and the implementation, and cybersecurity. For the ASMS, we'll come back to that, and the risk assessment. Desktop audit and desktop review and audit assessment, or desktop assessment and audit. As I said, we will have two major set of activities. Either we look at the documentation remotely, is what we call desktop review. So you will have to submit the package of the documentation. We'll review the documentation, we provide comments, and so on until the maturity of the documentation is established. And that's a kind of trigger for the audit. We don't go to audit if the documentation, process, procedures, manual are not well established, because otherwise we will raise findings. So there is absolutely no point to go to audit just to confirm the lack in the documentation. So we want to get a good level of maturity before to undertake the audit. The audit are planned for the initial certification activities. As I said, scope may vary, but what we want to achieve is a detailed assessment of the organization or technical data. Are the procedures properly followed? Is the software properly implemented? You may have findings, and we are expecting resolution for certification in exceptional cases for certification activities. All along the activities, records will be generated, will be starting from an agenda for an audit, to the review of the findings, review reports, audit reports, etc. Ultimately, what we capture under to support the certificate is the final agreement of the competent authorities, so SSA, on the activities of the applicant and the corrective actions, if any. Just to give you an idea of the repartition, what could be audits or desktop, all the documentation, CONOPS, compliance matrix, the manuals, etc. will be definitely under desktop review. And we may complete some audits. So we have 4 areas where audits may be necessary: management system, safety support assessment, software assurance, and security assurance. Again, we will see look at the application of the processes. We'll see the specification of the services, for instance. We look at the software lifecycle data, the requirement, the test. We look on the security assurance for cybersecurity, the analysis, penetration test, if you have, or these kind of things. Just a few words on the CONOPS. So the CONOPS is intended to frame the certification activities for a given applicant. The idea is to, as I said, to get understanding of the use case. And then later on to identify the depth and the scope of the assessment, and to cope with the particular situation for use space, to have some assumptions of performance requirements. We know all that the performance requirements will be defined in 1-2 years and may vary between use space. But the idea when you undertake a certification is to put assumptions. And now we have a baseline to undertake the certification. So all the things which may be not that clear or not that frozen at the time of certification, or when we start the certification, the best is to have assumptions on the CONOPS. The CONOPS will enable or enables to define the functional system. We will come back to that, or clarification of functional system. And the CONOPS describe, yes, as I said, the service provided and the scope, so centralized or decentralized model, and control airspace, or all the things that we need to understand the use case. About the compliance matrix, the idea is to provide formal evidence providing global view of the compliance demonstration. With regard to, again, the regulation and the applicable MCN standards. Standards quite important also because when we say we use that STM standard to swim yellow profile, you have details inside that you need to show that you comply with. So we are going a bit deeper on the technical side through the standards. You are free, the industry, to package things. And we know that we will not have the perfect set of declaration or compliance metrics at the beginning. It may evolve. But what we need to have is a mature version of the data in order to start the activities. Then we know that all along the activities, the compliance matrix may be refined, evolved, corrected. Yes. And when we look into the details, it's a way to demonstrate compliance, to make sure that the activities are sufficient to show that your system or functional system is compliant with the regulation. After the certification, so we'll come back in the oversight scheme right after. But something I wanted to anticipate, and here we are still working, it's the changes that you will have after the certification. So you will not have a system, perfect system, frozen at day one. It will evolve just to make some corrections, or because the use space will evolve, whatever, you will modify the services to your operators. So all those kind of things may need to be reassessed by EASA or the competent authority. So today we have not on purpose provided information in the set of CGM, is what I was telling this morning, but we will have to define a scheme in order to let the operators, as much as possible, do the changes without coming back to the authority, and the things that we need to see as authority in order to ensure the safety. So you may have tiny things, you change slightly an interface between the ATSP and the USSP. I don't believe that the competent authority needs to be aware of that. That's pure industrial and engineering mechanism or task. When you deeply change the way to provide a service, then we need to be aware to make sure that the services are still compliant with the regulation, or to ensure overall the continuity of the functional system of the provision of the services with the regulation. So today we don't have that things, but be aware that it's not once for all. You will have to make changes, and we want to make it clean. So not to be aware of everything, but we want to focus on what the things are important for safety. I present quickly a kind of investigation background. That's a pure example. And that's the example I use for myself, but could be variation on that. The tasks that I identify, as I say, ConOps, compliance checklist, and compliance demonstration, I think that's very important to be managed at the beginning of the project. All the aspects related to the management system, the legal and financial aspects. And here I know that we have 8 documents which will support that. All the safety and support assessment that Maria will present, which deserve a particular review. Information security management system. So we have some considerations already calling the 373. I think we need to, before to go to the technical activities, to be familiarized with the system. So it's hard to assess if the traffic information service that you will implement is compliant with the regulation if you have absolutely no idea of, I think, the platform, what is provided to the operators, how it works, etc. So we need to be familiarized. And then quite straight, it's per article. The first one about Article 7, what are the role and tasks of the USSPs? So it could be Article 5. I have not put it because, as I said, we have not dealing with single CISP, but could be the same for Article 5 for the single CISP. And the USCP related article will not be there. But for us, so we look on the overall compliance of the USSP, generally speaking, all the platform, the interfaces, the SLA, etc., all the things that has been presented by Jonas, by the way, on the Article 7 needs to be assessed, and then article by article. That's pretty clear, depending of, again, what needs to be achieved. With 2 technical, in-depth technical investigation on security and software, because those are transversal activities which are really sustaining the safety and security of the system. And I pass the ball to Maria.
Thank you very much, Stefan, and I will guide you through the next 3 subjects. First, if you don't mind, we try to go through this block this afternoon. I have, again, a bigger question and answer session. So if we aim to finalize perhaps in 1 hour, 1 hour 15, we may have nearly 1 hour for question and answer sessions where we take from this afternoon, plus any others available out there. Management system. So here is something I would say every organization today, if it wants to provide a service whatsoever to a client, the client will ask to provide quality of what they are doing. So we are not reinventing the wheel. It's something that you can find anywhere. So it's an integrated concept or an umbrella management system that includes all the aspects of the organization. Obviously, we are in a safety organization, so it needs to include safety, but includes quality, compliance monitoring, security, cybersecurity, as Stefan said, is a very particular subject and is addressed, but is inside, and change management, and include also the management of emergencies, the emergency response plan, plus training, organization, management of subcontractors, includes all the safety management process, procedures, all what is to describe the organization. As Stefan said, is in Article 15, is referring to subpart Bravo of Annex 3 of Regulation 373. There you have the main requirements and components of a management system, very generic requirements. Any organization provide anything can comply with. The way obviously is in the AMCs and guidance material. As for ATM ANS service providers, ISO 9001 is a means of compliance. We are aware that ISO has another standard specific for USSPs, but we have not evaluated whether it meets the regulation. And even if this will be the case, at the moment we don't have qualified entities, so we don't have certified invited for ISO that they are capable to issue such a certification. So the only means of compliance recognized at the moment is ISO 9001. As I said, it needs to be adapted to the USSP single SIS certification because ISO 9001 is used for anything. And obviously, if it is not adapted, it cannot be considered as a means of compliance. And the authority needs to have access, and the USSPs shall provide access to the authorities to the ISO report made by the auditors. So I will not go more into the details of the management system. So as I said, it includes everything. So it can be documented in a single document, or it can be split in different documents, up to every service provider to organize the documentation as they believe is more workable for them. Documentation can be an online platform with process description. So we have our quality system is all based on documents that they are in an online platform. So, and I guess if, it will be the case for any organization. This is for the management system. And now we go to the oversight program. So we have gone now through an initial certification. We are going through an initial certification process. And as Stefan said, one of the aspects of the regulation is not very detailed. Neither we have details on the AMCs and guidance material is how to define a continuous oversight programs for USSPs and single SIFs. If you are familiar with the ATM-ANS framework, there is a lot of regulation about that. There is a lot of AMCs and guidance materials with even risk-based oversight models. Some of them has been implemented by some authorities, so they have a risk-based matrix, including EASA. So we have a risk-based approach, and we have matrices, and we have developed obviously models in which, depending on how the initial certification and how the initial investigations are going and how the operations are going, we will create a risk picture, and we will evaluate and we will establish an oversight program for an organization. This is what we are now trying to develop inside us and all the authorities, and we are discussing also in the task force. I must admit we have no very concrete proposals to make, but in order, again, to don't reinvent the wheel, it should be very much alike of what we are used today in ATM-ANS, since we have already a process in place is adapted to USSPs. So we will develop the model or the risk picture as we go through the initial certification. What are the parameters that we will need to consider for the continuous oversight risk-based model? And it will be developed in there. And we will establish that through the certification. But I think the general principles, what we can set in a risk-based oversight process is that considering the validity of the certification and considering what Stefan has said. So we have a certificate that is valid. We have said if we're operated with 3 months and after 12 months after cease operations. So, so considering that the certificate is valid, the company continues to ensure compliance with applicable requirements. The company is proactive management changes not only by created by its own will, but also changes by the external operating environment. Is proactive management safety, so detect on time any potential hazard to the provision of the service, react, is monitoring, is managing occurrences that hopefully don't lead to events, but we know that they have a process to be proactive with regard to safety. Continuous report to the competent authority, facilitate continuous oversight, make available all this information. So this is a organization which has become very mature. Implement corrective action plans. If we go through in the initial certification, we have detected the need to complement certain things and come up with a corrective action plan, which is implementing on time, and it doesn't wait for any potential enforcement, any major measure taken by the authorities, so it's reactive. And is collaborative and coordinate with all the stakeholders in an active way. So this sort of organization gives a lot of confidence to the competent authority. And we will establish, obviously, it's not that we will not audit that organization, never. We will establish a continuous oversight process, but the frequencies of audits, investigations will go lower if we have more confidence that the company is managing safety proactively. So this is what we need to say. So for the continuous oversight process, Stefan has said, like for initial certification, we need to establish process and procedures internally within the competent authorities, have trained and qualified personnel. Something we have not talked in EU space, and we need to talk at one point in time, is what is an enforcement measure in EU space, or what sort of enforcement actions are. If we have a major thing where the directives that we recover the situation. So these things are still work in progress, but we need to discuss. And whether it is every 24 months, every 36 months, okay, we're not gonna wait 5 years until we see or go for an oversight of a USSP, but we still need to establish something that is proportionate to the risk associated to the services. The monitor is the operational part and the organizational part, obviously technical part, but important is also the financial performance. And the financial performance is not because we want to know how much a USSP earns or how much profit. We want to be sure that it has sufficient financial resources to provide service safely, and it doesn't make cuts on the provision of the service. Something which we need to do, obviously, in cooperation between the certifying authority and the authority where it provides the services, is the level of safety performance during operation. So which needs to be assessed during the operation. So again, safety occurrences proactively and reactive as well. And as we said, corrective action plans and enforcement. As I said, by Stefan, investigations are audit assessments, but it can be a simple remote meeting in which we revise a occurrence that has happened, the report, and how the implementation. So it doesn't need to wait every 36 months to have an audit. We are in a continuous risk-based oversight approach. It's the approach implemented by ICAO since 10 years ago, I don't know, David, a long time. And we are there. We are not in a, I make an error and we react. We are in a continuous process. So it's not once in a time and we see bye-bye every 36 months. It's a continuous risk-based oversight process. And the better the relationship with the authority and the more this information is provided, and the less, I would say, that you see, you have access, you can see what is happening. Probably these audits are less and less. Still, there is obviously a requirement to have a review every X months, but it becomes less and less. That is from the continuous risk-based oversight program, and again adapted to the USSP's risk and proportionate to the risk of the operations. Now we go to a bit more complicated subject, is safety and safety support assessment, which, we start by definition of the functional system because it's related to the functional system. And it's, I will simplify, this should be engineering, normal engineering practice. So basically you do a design based on your system requirements. So again, maybe the names confuse. What I will say is simple engineering practice. You design, you follow the V cycles, and this is what we do. But the parameter, the leading parameter that we try to achieve is a safety, an acceptable level of safety, is the safety criteria. And this is basically the guiding factors. But you will see it's basically what any design, any engineer is doing in any process. So again, it's not rocket science. And another thing I want to clarify, this process should not be done because it's required by the regulation. It's a process that it needs to be done when you design your systems. Okay, we understand some of this system has already been designed and you need to do reverse engineering. Still, doing this process helps you to see if you have missed parameter requirements, if some of your requirements that you have done when you design your system are okay, complete, correct, and are adequate for what you want to do. So I would say this is there is a mystic about safety and assessment and safety support assessment, but I want just to demystify that is only engineering, common engineering processes. So no, we are not reinventing again the wheel here. However, we have the regulation 664, and there we have the notion of functional system. And again, functional system, we have a definition of systems in engineering, in normal engineering is the same. We call it functional because we say they are together to provide a function, to provide a services, but at the end of the day, it's a system. So it's a combination of process, human resources, or personal, if you want, equipment, including hardware and software, which are organized to provide a service, a U-Space service or a common information service in the context of U-Space, aerospace. So again, it's a system which is being adapted to the purpose of U-Space. And the safety support assessment, so you could, is basically a documented processes. So it shall provide assurance with sufficient confidence. The confidence is always a kind of difficult to get via a complete, documented and valid argument that the service will behave and continue to behave as specified in the specified context. Again, sounds very cumbersome, but it's basically your V cycle in engineering. But you need to document and you need to provide the confidence of that assessment. Here I go a little bit to the, and this is why we are going here now is because we need to clarify what a USSP is able to do in the so-called safety assessment and why we say that they are more providing a safety support assessment. Nevertheless, there is a bit of safety assessment that it needs to be provided. The mid-air collision barrier model is coming from ICAO. Okay, I took one in internet. There are tons of them. There is one in the ESRM as well. There is one on the integrating risk picture of Eurocontrol, which has been even quantified. So it's quantified. There are numbers from each barrier, but it's for the upper aerospace where we have, so for flight level 250 and above, where we have all very standardized. So you have the strategy, I mean, this is something you know, strategy, pre-tactical, tactical, collision avoidance, and the providence, which is see and avoid and providence. Today, an ATM ANS provision ledgers includes in 373 basically the strategy with the design of procedures, even contributed to the aerospace design, include the pre-tactical, the example ATFM, capacity and flow management, the network manager, the interactions with the network manager, and include the tactical layer up to STCAs for those ATC units who have these short-term conflict alerts detection systems. So these are all part of ATM ANS layer. And the ATM ANS provider is able to do that, have the overall picture, has access to all traffic, is designated to provide service in that aerospace. And based on the aerospace classification, we have means and tools to do that. What it belongs to the IROps layers is collision avoidance and CN avoid and providence. So if we go for U-Space, and now we go again to what is the responsibility of USSP. We have the U-Space aerospace, following yesterday is the responsibility of the member states. And we have a pre-tactical, so flight authorization, and a tactical, the ONS traffic, but only to part of the traffic, not to the entire traffic in that volume. And the rest is the same, UIS operators. Now we see in a picture, and I take this, I don't know, Bruno, if you are in the call or in, so I took your ideas to present SRM, and I translated it for U-Space. So we have functional systems of the ATSP, which is the traffic controller, the ATM system and their procedures, and the interaction and interfaces between the three. Then we have the so-called ATM ANS providers other than ATS, which are not designated in an aerospace, which have again the interaction of the personal systems and process and procedures. So the ATSP provides ATS to the traffic for which it has been designated to the aerospace. And because it has overall view on the safety on that aerospace, it can conduct a safety assessment. This is the notion that it can conduct a safety assessment. So it has a direct view on safety. It can have a decision and influence on the mid-air collision. And this is why we say have a direct view on safety, can conduct a safety assessment. The other ATM ANS providers that doesn't have a view on safety, just provides services to the ATSP, doesn't have a view on safety, cannot do a safety assessment. What they do is safety support assessment. Again, engineering. And when I mean safety assessment, I mean to do an hazard identification, risk assessment, and mitigation, but basically you are managing the direct mid-air collision, which have consequences which are catastrophic. So this is the concept in ATM. Then we have a USSP who has a partial view on the aerospace, on the same aerospace. It provides service to the drones based on information provided through the SIS or directly electronic conspicuity. So a USSP has a partial view on safety, so cannot do a safety assessment in the aerospace, cannot provide an acceptable level of safety, cannot decide on an acceptable level of safety for mid-air collisions in that aerospace. Cannot. Sorry, it's impossible. And if it does, it will be unsafe because it doesn't manage that traffic. So what the USSP does is called safety support assessment. Now, if we take safety support assessment as it is in the 373, and we have already said there is a perception out there that only with safety support assessment, which is taking the outcome of the ARA with the safety requirements and define the service specification, complementing the service specification, might not be enough, because the USSP may not be able to detect system-generated hazards by its own system. So hazards that they are created by its own system or external to its own system, but under its managerial control. And therefore, we have this notion that it does a sort of, how we call it now, Stefan, safety systems assessment, or
kind of system safety assessment.
System safety assessment, okay, I call it safety assessment, but again, engineering. So is to manage its own, so to perform, again, a functional hazard analysis, and again, assessing the impact of those hazards into the service provision, and derive safety requirements or system safety requirements for its own design. But this is more for its own system generated hazards. So it nothing to do, or well, it comes, all comes from the ARA, but it's not related to the risk of mid-air collision in that aerospace. It's a very complex, and I see that it's difficult to swallow, but I just was trying to explain why is it that we insist that USSPs cannot do a safety assessment like ATSPs. They cannot, because they have a partial view on the aerospace. But that doesn't mean that they don't do anything. No, they need to do all these. So the system safety assessment, which starts from the aerospace risk assessment, but it's tailored, but it also needs to assess its systems generated hazards through a functional hazard analysis and assessment of the service, and assessing, obviously, the consequences of those hazards. And then from that, you establish, depending on the functional system and the interaction and how the safety criteria has been decided for the ARA, the service specification and the safety support requirements per element of the functional system. And you need to provide assurance with sufficient confidence, again, documentation that you have thought on everything, and everything. What your service, for instance, is, it says, I provide this alert with 2 minutes, well, then you need to document why 2 minutes is good or not good for that in the specified context. So it's depending on the CONOPS. So that's why the CONOPS is important, because the evaluation of the certification authority will be all related to the CONOPS. So, and very arid subject, but again, this should not be a parallel process. So you should not do your design and then do this, because it won't work. Do this in parallel to the design. Otherwise, your design won't be valid. We know already. We don't need even to look. So, and the good news is, you said Gutma is working on a document we are looking forward to receive. And where is Koen?
Yes, and Amanda is there.
And Amanda?
Because FOCA is also part of the discussion. So I have participated in some discussion. I'm not directly involved, but I know that they are working, and they are obviously working well. So that's something we may reuse in the future. Yes, if you can confirm the release of this white paper or recommendations. Good.
And I understood David and Elena, Eurocontrol is also working on an amendment of the SRM to include these topics.
This image that you show, we already have modified the original, and it's kind of similar. So basically saying if there is a direct safety impact on the airspace user or not.
Exactly. And again, so this is not rocket science, it's a normal systems engineering process. If you are using already standards out there, I guarantee you they will be good enough for normal systems engineering process. Obviously, as we insist, it needs to be well documented and provide assurance with sufficient confidence. That's key. that the thing will continue to behave and will continue to behave as specified in the specified context. So I think that's for you now, Stefan.
Yes. So before to go to some technical details on software and cybersecurity, I would like to present one specific concern and things that we have to tackle for in the frame of USpace space, which is the onboarding process. So onboarding process is the capability of one USSP to move from one USpace space to another one. And here we have a problematic in the USpace context. Why? Because as I said before, the certification is granted and demonstration is based on a certain level of performance that are definitely related to a given USpace space. So if you move from one USpace space to another one, you may have a different set of performance. And here there is nothing that we can do to anticipate that. The matter is that the certificate is then frozen for a certain level of performances. So how do we ensure the delta or the coverage of the delta? Because if the performances and the services are more relaxed in the targeted USpace space, there is no matter, but the way around, it's much more demanding. If the performances are more stringent or if you need more services in your new USpace space. So that's the particularity of this performance-based approach. It's fine to have flexibility and to have something adjusted per USpace space and to stick as much as we can have the risk taken by the operations. But there is a real problematic in terms of certification and move from between USpace space for the industry for sure, but between authorities. How are we reconciliating those activities and what's the things that we need to do between them in order to ensure that when USSP starts the operation in the given space, we really know that the provision of service is safe, meaning complies with the local performance requirement or operational constraint. So we have a proposal, CS1, and just to state it right, there is no consensus. So that's the solution that we are supporting. It's not agreed between member states, so it may change, it may evolve, it may change a bit the concept or the approach, or we may find alternatives way, but that's the position or the proposition that we believe right today. So it will start, and you have already some hint of that in the EMCGM. So it will start, we take for granted that a given USSP has been certified, fully certified, the organization, the services, etc. have been certified for a certain set of performance requirements. We expect that the certificate will include or clearly capture the certified performances. I'm certified for that service, but that level of certain latency, etc., to provide as much as possible the details about the performance of the system certified. And those capabilities and performances will have been certified. On the way around, we expect that the ILS, as discussed and presented yesterday by Elina and David, will be detailed also. That we know exactly when you go to a new USpace space, to clearly understand what are the performances that need to be satisfied in a new USpace space. So obviously the services, well, that's pretty clear today, but all the other performance requirements in terms of latencies, coverage, etc. Why? Because we want the USSP to make first on its own a gap analysis, to check what they have, what they need to satisfy, to cross-check and to identify if there are some gaps or if there are things to modify. So for that, we need to have really pretty well detailed ILS in the USpace space. Then two cases are that the gaps are acceptable, so the provision of services are either totally adequate in the new USpace space or tiny modifications and there are marginal non-compliances or differences. So the applicant is encouraged to justify this analysis, to record that analysis, and to undertake some changes, for sure, if there is something to adapt. So it could be a change of an interface to, for instance, to tune a protocol with the ITSP or the single sys, for instance. And that kind of situation, there is no need to come back to the certifying authority. That's something that causes a criteria where we would prefer to not be re-involved as a competent authority and to manage that kind of activities by the USSP themselves without any need of investigation. However, we have some cases, definitely, or we will have to be re-involved as a competent authority and to reassess the changes made by USSP. So it could be a significant change in a service existing, or imagine that you have been certified for the 4 mandatory, and then the targeted space requests the non-conformance, or the conformance monitoring, sorry. In that case, we need to certify the provision of this new service. And that will be the responsibility of the certifying entity, the one who already undertaken the initial certification to complete the framework. So without any involvement at that stage of the local or the local authority. So it's why we believe that the work will be mostly, to not say quasi-totally, performed by the certifying authority. We don't want the national authority of the other country, or the competent authority of the other country or member state to undertake a certification. That's the thing we don't want. We want that all the activities are maintained and followed by the certifying entity, so the one who were in charge of the initial certification of the USSP. When everything has been cleared and that reasonably the dossier and the substantiation are adequate to show that the USSP is able to meet the performance requirement and the constraint, etc., of the targeted use space, there is a transition there with a contact with the authority of destination, so the one in charge of the use per space where the USSP wants to provide service. And what we would like to ask, or we expect, is that this authority will look on the dossier and will assess that indeed the provision of service is offered and certified by USSP is at the level they need to ensure safety in their own use per space. Because the certifying authority is far from the field. It could be very far from the destination country. Us, EASA, we may have entities providing organizations providing services in multiple countries. So there is no way that we can perform an accurate and legitimate assessment of the provision of service with regard to a given use per space far from our knowledge and field of competency. So it's why we will rely on the receiving authority or destination authority to perform that check. On top, there is matter of integration. That's even before and foremost a matter of integration. The USSP will have certainly to show that it's properly integrated or can exchange properly with the other USSPs of the same use space, but with a single CISP if you have, or the CISP generally speaking, and or the ATSP or ATM ANS systems for traffic information, DAR, all the things you can imagine. So all these kind of activities must happen and must be validated and must be right to make sure that when they will start to provide services, the system will not collapse due to whatever matter. And we know that it happens. And we know that it happens, unfortunately, in terms of integration. You may collapse the system because one of the providers will not behave as intended. On top, you may have limitations. So us, EASA, we can put limitations. But then is the limitation still acceptable or not counterproductive in terms of safety for local utilization? We don't know. Or defects and the same thing. So it's why we believe still necessary that this destination authority have a look on the dossier to perform the final check and grant the USSP to start the operations in that manner. If they are not certified, so if everything okay, then the activity starts. If they are not satisfied, again, we don't want the destination authority to deal with that matter. It's a matter of between the certifying authority and their USSP. So the idea is to get a feedback saying, sorry, does not work, or we are not considering that it's suitable, whatever. So we need to understand what is the case. But the idea is then to get that feedback from the destination authority in order for us or any competent authority certifying USSP to solve the problem or to make sure that the problem is addressed by the USSP and to undertake the same loop until total satisfaction and the start of the provision of services. There is one thing I think which is important to mention. It's also for sure we'll have concurrency reporting, but we might not be aware of heavy service events. It may not that be systematic. So the best is to also get the support of the destination authority in order to be aware of the safety issues that they may encounter in the USpace space, specifically if they are targeting, they are focused on an organization that we are in charge, just to be made aware. So on top or aside the occurrence reporting, and the best is to be proactively made aware of safety issues. So that's it for the proposal. We want to make it clean, but we want to make it robust. And it's why we believe necessary to have this final check in terms of provision of services. And this is actually something that I see regularly in, at least from the domain I come from, the aircraft domain. You may develop a system, but it will be the responsibility of ODM to check the system is the one they want in their aircraft. Then it will be the responsibility of the certifying authority to check that the integration and overall the aircraft is safe. And then that will be the responsibility of the local and national authorities to grant the operations based on, for sure, the system, but other things. So we are always going a bit further, and the authority as the closest point of decision is involved to make that decision. So the operational capabilities on aircraft is not the other decision. For instance, it's always the national authorities based on some requirements we have. So this is how it works. At least this is how we would like to propose. Again, there is no decision. We may get your feedback on that. And do you believe it, totally crazy or suitable or appropriate or lean enough or etc. So we are welcoming feedback. But again, the thing I really want to emphasize is we want to make clean and to re-undertake, to avoid or to prevent additional certification activities by an authority which should not be the primary one. That's the thing. And that's it for that. Still have a bit of time, so two technical topics, cybersecurity and software. So cybersecurity assurance, I start with something I prevented the team to do, to provide capture of the regulation. So I deviate from my own recommendations because I think it's important to show that we are already in a well-known territory for cybersecurity. You have already in the annex of the regulation a quite well-detailed requirements. For instance, to identify, assess, and mitigate as necessary the security risk and vulnerabilities. So, in other words, it's what we call a risk assessment. Then in the regulation, you have two big parts. The call to the 373 for the security management system. This is already there, and the next slide I will present how it has been already patched through the Part IS. And the second part is related to detailed activities to be performed at system level or to protect and to secure a system. So it's not the organization, it's something very concrete. You have an interface, you don't want that this interface be used to support an attack. So this called this information security at product level with a security risk assessment that will come in a minute. So the idea is to, in the use space, you want to secure the use space and to look at all the interfaces because the interfaces may be used to relay or to be a spearhead of an attack. As I mentioned, I will not tell that much, but please have a look on this regulation 2023-203 published this year. It will enter into force in February 2026, so we have a bit of time. But I can tell that all the USSPs and SIGLCs are already under the coverage of that regulation. So you can see the text, I have extracted the text of that regulation, and you see how it changed the text of the current 664. So we were stopping at 2017-373 period, punct. And it has been added an information security management system in accordance with Annex 2, Part IS to implement, etc., etc. So it's a brand new set of requirements, and the MCGM will come by the end of this year, maybe right after the summer. in order to cope with the cyber risk at organization level. So through this information security management system at all. So it's more than the product level. It's how a company, generally speaking, will provide mitigations, will train the people, will ensure that they are quite resilient to the cyber risk. This part applied to the single seat USSP, just to mention that through the Article 18 about the competent authorities are subject to the same regulation. So it's simplified version to the Part IS, but anyway, we have requirements also falling on our shoulder at competent authority level. GM/CGM are not well known, but as soon as they will, personally we try to speak with our applicants to see if maybe the best is to anticipate to the compliance, to not wait the end of January 2026 to start to wonder how to comply. So I will recommend all the competent authorities and the organization to start to have a look on that as soon as possible, as soon as the MCGM will be published, and try to discuss in the frame of the certification. You will have a risk assessment to be performed at organization level. You may have trainings or recommendations on the personals, etc. So could be demanding on some area. And all these kind of things are not coming from nowhere. You may know that there is a Cyber Resilience Act at European level, which enforce plenty of considerations about the cyber threats, because that's a strategic issue that Europe, internal Europe, is facing. And those Part IS and all the cyber security requirements in aviation are answering to the Cyber Resilience Act. So it's not a choice of EASA per se. That's the way others answer, but to a higher level of requirement and concern dictated by the European Commission in particular. A quick animation. I speak while it goes. We have a big difference in the system. For instance, we are discussing before in the Maria was thinking the probability of risk, safety, etc. So there is a major difference between safety and security. Safety, you are playing with the probability, and if you have several layers of defenses, quite likely you will never have an alignment between all the malfunction of the system, failure of a component, etc. So you can pile the defenses, and in terms of probability, no problem. Security, you will have somebody who will have an intent and will try deliberately with all the information and means he has at his disposal to force the system. So we cannot simply rely on I have 10 layer of defenses. Globally, that's fine enough. No, we need to have an accurate way to measure the security level of the system in order to make sure that nobody will be able to align those breaches in the defenses in order to get access to the system. And we have introduced that level of international unauthorized electronic interaction. That's the IUU. Extremely difficult to say, to spell, but to show that you have a direct intent. And all the requirements you will see, and even the MCGM, are there to assess that in case of international intent, your system is still resilient to an attack. Considering three different attributes: availability, integrity, confidentiality. So confidentiality, the data is stolen. Maybe it's not good for your operators, but there is no immediate impact on safety. Availability, denial of service, suddenly your systems are down, period. No access to the geospatial space and big disruption in terms of services. Integrity, much more severe, potentially. Injection of data, corruption of the flight authorization, etc., etc. Non-transfer of the dynamic space reconfiguration, so the ability to corrupt the behavior of the system. So how are we coping with that thing? So for the information security management system, we have a specific activities through the management system, as said by Maria. But from a product level, the idea is the assessment or the MC that you have. We propose a certain level of assessment is first to cover all the interfaces between CISP and USSP, between USSP, so all the open doors to the system, all the connectivity that you have in the system. To consider the attributes that they have said, so availability, privacy, integrity, considering the typical cases of attacks, denial of service, or plenty of bad things that you can do with an IT system. And to support this analysis, demonstrate the resilience of the system by a security risk assessment. Again, the idea is to define the environment, to identify the interfaces, and the attack path or the attack threats, the consequences, so what will be the severity of an attack, what will be the item which will be affected, the ability to measure the ability of an exploit. Is it easy to do? I need to have a computer, 100 euros, a bit of knowledge, a bit of material, a wiki, and I'm able to make an exploit or an attack? Or do I need to have knowledge or technical knowledge or design knowledge? Do I have high-level resources in terms of power of computation, etc., to build the attack? And we measure the two. And if it's easy to do with a high level of impact and safety, for sure that's the thing we don't want. So there is a gradation of the risk based on the capability to perform that attack. Higher is the risk of attack, for sure, less we don't want to see it. So you need to be protected, certainly, or definitely when there is associated to that risk and safety. That's a process which is really iterative. And we assess at the end the effectiveness of security measures, make sure that all the breaches have been properly identified and protected. It may be necessary to provide operational procedures and instructions to maintain security, so it could be to the internal personnel, but also to the operators. Change your password every 2 months, whatever. You know, these kind of basic considerations, but it could be more than that, with renewal of certificate or whatever the security measure that you may have. But the operators, because they have a direct access to your system, must be aware of what they need to do or not do to maintain security. And we will look at the end, so usually the demonstration and the effectiveness of all the security measures are demonstrated by a test, pen test or analysis. We expect that the system will be tested to make sure that indeed there is no unidentified breaches which may represent a threat along the operations. I check the time. Okay. Software assurance, I don't have that much to say actually. And I keep for further the discussion on automated testing. Just to say that we have an interest in automated testing, but we still need to discuss and I don't have that much to provide today. And I save a bit of time. But I wanted to present the activities that we are planning for software assurance. So you can imagine that's really one of the biggest pillars in terms of quality of the system. If the software are not properly implemented, developed, and you have a low level of quality, you will have issues in the field. So it could be annoying for an operator, or it may represent a clear and critical threat for safety. Imagine that the way to transmit a DAR, for instance, is to debug and the operators do not have it. That will be seriously annoying. So basically, we say that software really is a pillar in terms of safety. We will do some assessment, and those assessments will be established on software practices. So I hope that the software community which may attend to that meeting is not shocked, because what we look at the software requirements. You need to specify how the system needs to be implemented. You need to have a system design and architecture. What does what is the platform on which the software executed, etc. You need to review. Usually we review what is intended to be implemented, make sure that we are providing the good software for the good purpose. We test, and we don't test anything. We test the expected behavior. Traceability, to make sure that along the way of development, we are not either forgetting one of the items which should be implemented, and it's bad to discover that at the end of the implementation a feature is missing, or incorrectly implemented, or incompletely or incorrectly tested. So you have tested, but not the full behavior, meaning in the field, you have defects because prior the release in the field, you did not perform the complete set of tests. Configuration and management, when you deliver a software, you know what you deliver, you know what are the defects that has been corrected, and you are able to control that the evaluations are the things you know. You don't touch the software in an uncontrolled manner, not knowing what you deliver. You are able to identify the problem reports. So what it works, what it does not work in your system, and to justify what is acceptable. And on top, we are expecting quality reviews to make sure that the team or the engineers are working per the process established. And we expect for that documented software procedure, software lifecycle data. So when you say requirement, yes, I would like to see the requirements and record. So if a team has performed some reviews to make sure that the requirements are correct and that we are seeing the evidence of that work. So here it's basic software activities, not, in my opinion, related to aviation. And basic audit techniques in terms of show me what you have, I will tell you if it's okay. So you need to provide evidence of the work to show that the team applied properly the procedure. What about the processes then? You see what is the objective. The applicants are free to select their method. So I'm not prescribing any method. You have plenty in the field. You have DevOps, you have Agile, you have plenty of things. And here it's totally free, provided you are following the key items that I've shown in the previous slide. You define your own processes and procedures. We will not be prescriptive in that way. And the approach we are selecting for the certification, so something ongoing. To harmonize the investigation, I have prepared a checklist that I will provide to my applicants. I have shared it or started to share it with the task force that we have with the other member states. And the idea is to provide what we are expecting in terms of checks, in terms of items to be validated ahead to make sure that the applicants have the ability to anticipate requests. So it's not the day of the audit, say, show me that test case, show me the traceability, etc., that they discover finally what is expected and fail the audit because they will simply miss understanding of what we are looking for. So the idea is to provide this checklist early in order to, as I said, raise awareness of the applicants, but also to harmonize the way we are investigating the software over Europe and to maintain a certain level of quality, because through the checks, we are pulling the quality of the software. When we ask for design information, we are pulling the quality of the design. We are asking information on the test cases and the results. We are pulling the quality of those test cases and results, etc. About the industrial standard that could be helpful or useful to be followed, at that level, we have discussion. We could call, for instance, the 109, because it's, at least we have a common reference that will ease the certification because we have the same understanding of what needs to be output. However, I know that some processes of some applicants may not be totally in line with the 109. So I prefer to take for the moment a bit distance to work on this checklist-based approach and to see how to reconcile on case-by-case basis with regard to the content of my checklist, the content of the item of the applicant, regardless stringent framework of the standard. We'll see if it works. Anyway, if some organization intend to follow the 109, I think that will certainly ease the certification, because when you have a common understanding of what needs to be developed, assessed, demonstrated, you gain a lot of time in terms of certification and you raise confidence. And today, with this checklist approach, we will have also difficulty to address different levels of integrity and quality, while in the standard, everything is there. You have a framework, for instance, if I take the 109, you have the 5 assurance level. So you know what you need to accommodate when you want to increase or decrease the quality of your software. So the framework is there. You simply need to go and to put the objective that you need to satisfy. And that's it. I wanted to present the checklist, but finally it will not provide more information. You will see a series of items. So I don't believe useful to make it today, and I prefer to get the question. Yeah. One thing I would like to add before, just to say also what we are anticipating, we are working on a series of items or guidelines to support certification with a series of predefined agendas, item to checks all along the certification, so what we call a certification handbook. That's an idea we have. I hope that we'll be able to provide along our own activities, because we are populating that certification handbooks when we work with our applicants. But we may provide this certification book to share it with the member state when it will be a bit more ready or mature, in order to, again, standardize the activities, and also to share it with the industry, to let the applicant understand what we want to see, what we want to discuss, what is a good kickoff meeting, what could be a compliance checklist template, etc. What is the scope of an audit at management system, safety support assessment, software security, etc. So to give an idea of what will be the effort in terms of certification ahead the certification. So not at the last minute, 4 weeks before the audit. Yeah. And that's all. That was the last slide of the workshop. So after 211, so we have the others, but let's say 200, not far, a bit less than 200. Happy to have been there. And now it's time for questions. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Stefan. And yeah, so this afternoon has been a lot of, I would say, dense and subjects which are a little bit less visual, because the certification is always a process, very arid. But yeah, we hope to have tried to guide you on the thinking at the moment. Now, time for questions. We have a lot of questions in the Slido. I would suggest we start, yeah, okay, from the certification approach. Yes.
So I will now read all the questions that we received in the afternoon, and the first one is regarding certification. Would a certified CISP USSP who is awaiting for the first USpace volume in its member state be able to demonstrate that it has been active while flying in the system in shadow mode, in non-USpace environment, or in CESAR's demonstrators?
Yeah, I don't know if it will fit the need. So the idea again is to make sure that what you are providing is the things that you have for the USpace. So I think this onboarding process somehow will have to be repeated, or just to have a reassessment, a local reassessment, the authority saying, look, it's what we do. We have keep flying, that's clear. So the system is operational, safe, and that's it. It's good to continue to fly because it shows the maturity of the system. But then, is it right for the USpace airspace that we are intending to provide services? Still, there is a question mark here that needs to be solved at some point.
Yeah, it's about to take credits, obviously, of such a shadow mode. Yeah, it needs to be assessed on what is actually the demonstration, and what is the scope, and yeah, because demonstration usually is less capacity and less complex environment. But okay.
Can I go with the next one?
Right.
So, as there is no USpace airspace in Europe, how do you intend to assess if a USSP is able to provide USpace services in compliance with the level of performance established by the member states for the USpace airspace?
That's a very good question and something very annoying. So indeed, we have a matter because we are working out of USpace. So there is two things that we can do. As I said, we are taking assumptions with the applicant saying, what do you believe has a good value for that thing? And we work on this basis, and we'll put that in the certificate. But nonetheless, we have still the ability to liaise with the competent authorities and the member state where the services are intended to be provided. So, and this is something we do actually. So the idea is to have an idea where the services will be provided, and to get ahead a certain level of IT in terms of performances. Will you have that services required? Yes, no. What will be the constraint that we'll have to cope with? So to anticipate in the framework certification all the things that may be required locally. Again, it's not a perfect process, prone to misses or things that we discover at the end. But this is how we are trying to compensate for. That's a clear problematic in the EASA certification, yes.
But I would say also there is a way of doing it, but at the moment, there may be performance requirements that they are established because they are in the EMCs and guidance material, because they are coming from. So there is a specific CONOPS, which is the sort of description of the environment in which it will operate. But the USSP and the assessment will be down on that, and it will be specified in the certificate. And when we have, obviously, the performance requirements coming from the ARA, then there will be an assessment based on those.
Yes, the next one is in the regulation. There is an intention that the drone operator may establish his own USSP functionality. How is this intended to work?
So I reformulate. There is a provision in the Article 6.2, I believe, that the USSP or the operators may provide services for themselves. And then if they become USSP, they have to be certified as USSP. That's the answer.
So who is responsible for performing the safety assessment and defining the safety criteria in uncontrolled airspace, classes ENF?
The member states. So the member states are responsible to performing. It's basically the output of the ARA. So, like today. So it's the output. I mean, if you have uncontrolled aerospace, it's already because the level of so you have an acceptable level of safety, and you don't need to establish control aerospace or change the aerospace classification. So you take this as safe as before, and this is basically your safety criteria. But in the case of US Space Aerospace, is already the output of the ARA.
Then how will you avoid that the USSP become a monopoly due to the financial barriers to be certified? And understand that the NSA may impose a limit of payment, but it seems as a big risk anyway to end up in a monopoly situation.
Not sure. So do you mean that? Not sure how to interpret if the certification cost is so high, or because actually USSP is not a monopoly per se, per definition. Do I understand correctly, Jens, that you believe that the whole process is difficult and only few USSPs will be able to go through it? So we have explained, I think, the whole certification process obviously needs to be all adapted to the process. It looks cumbersome, but there are ways of doing it, and it's not so cumbersome. But another thing is you are providing a safety service, so it cannot be also whatever. Because there is decisions taking, there are credits taking. Remember, we reduced the ARC to RP. Is a lot, so it's credit to be taken there. So yeah, I don't know what is the balance, but obviously the regulation is there not to become. Otherwise, we could have continued with 373 and there will be ATM-ANS providers. The regulation is there for not to become a monopoly now. We will see in the actual implementation.
Yeah, just I wanted to complete on that. So you have provision in the regulation, for instance, for the single Cs, actually all the actors, to say that the services need to be provided on a non-discriminatory basis. So we have plenty of hints enforced by the European Commission and Europe, generally speaking, to make sure that first it's a free market, that there is competition between USSPs. And second, that through the regulation, there are some requirements in coming to the single seed for USSPs and to be verified by the competent authorities to make sure that indeed we are not going to a situation of monopoly.
What type of software design assurance is required to be certified as a USSP CISP?
Today, there is no answer to that. Because if there is a specific need, it should be the output of the integrity requirements from the airspace risk assessment based on the level of risk and then mitigations. We can, so when I was referring to ED109 for the audience, it's the same that the DO278, which is the small sister of the DO1788 that we have at aircraft level. We are targeting, if I take the checklist we have developed, we are targeting level D and our software assurance level 4. That's the thing, because we are quite convinced that today, per the operations and all the mitigations we are taken anyway for the airspace risk assessment, etc., at system level, the level of safety is quite reduced. So there is nothing per the paper, per the book, etc., that will be confirmed from the airspace risk assessment, but we are targeting a low level of safety.
Next one is regarding occurrence reporting. Relating with the mechanism for identifying root causes, can we use methodologies based on a free assessment of the hypothetical event, since we do not have a background of events to define the possible dangers and their severities?
I'm a bit confused because the occurrence reporting is based on an event that has happened. But it seems that the question is addressed more to the hazards identification, and if there is not, if we don't have, so a list of potential hazards already be standardized and how to assess the severities, where to start. I guess this is the question. I don't know who is Rodrigo. Maybe it's in the WebEx. There are two things. Occurrence reporting is something on an event that has happened. So it's two different things. And the second question is more on the functional hazards analysis, is basically what can happen, what can go wrong in the provision of the services by and what can be a root cause in your system, in one of the elements of your functional system. So the suggestion is assess how your functional system is defined, your CONOPS, and again, try to come up with potential hazards based on the functional dependencies that could cause a malfunction that has a safety impact, that could have a safety impact in the operation. So we need to work obviously on a standardized part of it, but at the moment we don't have anything other than try to do free assessment and based on use a method that exists, perhaps is probably a suggestion, but we don't have anything off the shelf to recommend. And try based on your functional system, the definition of your CONOPS, and again, go component by component.
Then, how will the business plan be evaluated? I assume that if you want to become a new USSP, your business should have revenue and come mainly from the provisioning of use-based services, or can you have other sources?
Yes, good question. Yeah, at the moment, I guess all your revenues come from other sources, no? So that's clear. No, okay. Yeah. If you were, so your technology provider, but if you were obviously today, The revenues come not from the provision of the service, come probably from provision of services very similar, but they are not called US-based services. So I think on the business plan, obviously, what is what we will be looking on, but still we are having discussions. We didn't even start this in the task force of what we will be looking for is where the potential USSP or the applicant USSP is going to provide services. So the definition of where it's going to provide services. Only in one US-based aerospace, the aim of various is national, is pan-European. Your own estimates of potential operators as well. So you have already, operators. Is your own operator? Is someone else? So we will go as far as take into account the revenues and the implications, yes. But at the moment, in the earliest stage, it's going to be difficult to assess independencies of revenue for the USSPs. For the Cs, it's a different subject. Cs, we need to be absolutely sure that if the Cs is the ATSP, there is no conflict between route charges and the provision of Cs for US space. That is an assessment. But for USSP, without connection to any route charges mechanism, at this point is obviously in the long term, one needs to ensure that the service itself issue and there is no cut on safety or on anything. But at the beginning, it's more where you're going to provide services, what are the plans? So it's a plan that it will be sustainable. Yeah.
Regarding the compliance matrix, AMC4 to Article 15 forces an USSP to comply not only with the 664 and the MCs, but also with the GMs, and comparing to the 373, that does not go that far and include only the AMCs. So what was the...
Yeah, so it's not a random decision. There is a reason for that. Is the reason that I explained with regard to performance requirement. So all the GM which are purely explanatory, there is no need to look at that. All the GMs which are recommending, for instance, performances, a level of latencies, which are non-TMC, we need to know in order to support the certification. So that will be one of the bases of the assumptions we'll have when we do the certification. Say, what is the best value? We have asked 5 seconds, for instance, or 30 seconds in some MCs in terms of timeliness and latency. So we need to have those values to support as an assumptions of performance requirement of the system, and then to build all the activities based on that, for instance, the test. So that's why we need to have that level of visibility, because they are not in the MCs, they are only in the GM, and without it, we don't know the performance that we are certifying. No, the GM simply provides clarifications. What do you want to say for that? Yes, acknowledge. Yes, you can. But no, this is the GM we are paying attention are those we are providing technical recommendations to understand how the system of the applicant is built.
What way or with what limitation could be issued a certification if the service is not fully compliant with AMC because it's not fully following a particular standard from the AMC?
That will be complicated. You may still have a way to provide alternatives that we have to discuss. We might put a limitations. Could work. So imagine you are the only USSP providing service in a US space, then okay, why not? Could work. But it's not the idea. The idea is that we have recognized some mean of conformity of compliance in DMC, and that should be followed, otherwise we have a matter. So I'm not saying that it will not happen. We may have some discussion, and we do on a regular basis, but really the intent is to follow the DMCs. And if you deviate, whatever the reason, then you have a matter of conformity. And we may not be allowed or ready or in position to grant the certificate on this basis. Because, I'm sorry, I complete on the last part of the answer, because that's the way we meant to ensure safety. So then, de facto, if you don't, there is a matter of safety or interoperability, etc.
And there is consensus that cooperation between certifying and destination authorities are needed. Yet there is a lack of legal basis for the destination authority to be involved in the onboarding regulatory evolution. Regulatory evolution to support the proposal is needed. Will this be considered?
I can say yes, this definitively needs to be part of the regulatory evolution. And I mean, we continue discussing this. It requires obviously an assessment. I'm not a lawyer, but I do believe the basic regulation contains the main principle on collaboration of oversight of organizations, aviation organizations in general, because of this share of responsibilities and because of mutual recognition of certificates as well. So organizations, pilots, SMEs, medical assessors, US species, they are free to go from one member state to another. Now we need to ensure that they are not, I think there was a question there, what about if one is country reject, but it goes, so it is, we need to avoid this, let's say this certification tourism, as I call it. So we need to cooperate. All the competent authorities and EASA needs to establish ways to cooperate in ensuring, let's say, appropriate oversight, but in particular appropriate safe operation. Now, we recognize that the proposal at the moment that we are making is not supported by some member states. So we recognize this. It has been said by Stefan, and we need to work on the details. But what we need to agree is on the principle, and I think this is the principle that is in the basic regulation. The details, obviously, we need to agree, and I think Antoine already wants to say something. Yes. Where is that?
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much, Maria, for this clarification and acknowledgement. I would like to make a precision. I think that the main issue is not necessarily about the process as it was presented by Stefan, which is an issue. The issue is really a regulatory issue, because to have such a clean and effective process implemented in a harmonized and smooth way by the states will require regulatory specific provisions at a low level, or really at the level of a regulation. And it is not practicable at this point. And this is the main concern we all have, to find the proper way forward. Thank you very much.
Then there is the example of a Spanish company intending to provide the U-Space services in Spain. Must it be certified by a Spanish authority, or can be certified by EASA?
So I am afraid to have failed the explanation there. So the answer is yes and no. So by default, yes, Spanish companies goes to the Spanish authorities, and we have here representative in front of the Spanish authorities which don't have the certification, except if there is possibility for the opt-in clause in the regulation, meaning that the Spanish companies is able to demonstrate that they will provide services in several European countries. In that case, legally, there is a possibility to come to EASA. But default case, you provide the service in the company you are, and you go to your local competent authorities.
And the next one is about the potential different capabilities of authorities to work on certification projects and our view on if this could be unfair within an unfair aspect within the open market.
So, I mean, it depends. So I don't think at the moment all potential competent authorities, including EASA, we are fully on. So we are working on the certification process. So all of us, we are working on the certification process. Obviously, there are different maturity. This is normal in the EU, but it's also related to the needs of the industry in that particular member state. And how the member state will address those needs. And so, yeah, at the moment, we cannot say there is the same level of maturity of all NAAs. Will this impact open market? Again, this is a question that is the same in other aviation sectors. So I think with the time, and if you industry in a particular country do believe that your competent authority is not reactive, and but you want to you request that the U.S.-based aerospace is established, and you go and make the case and describe to a Ministry of Transport department that there are so many creations of jobs because of these drone operations, and it's so good, and it's but it's necessary, and you go with a good business case and to them, and they will put in place this all process, procedures, and resources to do it because it's good for their economy, and it's related to safety. Now, we can go always on the standardization inspections, but that seems like the police. We will start standardization inspections of the NAAs and the competent authority as from next year. But as you can imagine, we cannot go like, police and, you are not doing the thing. So at the beginning, and I think in general in US space and so on, we will work more on trying to achieve harmonization still. One could say if they are starting having operations and the authorities have not taken proper care, and US space should have been implemented, process and procedures should have been there, one could put obviously a safety finding, and this could create obviously issues. But again, I think if you industry try to go to your Ministry of Transport with a good business case that is good and necessary, I think the things will hopefully will happen. So, yeah, I can say that's maybe possible. It is at the beginning an unfair market, open, so it's not so harmonized. But yeah, there is very little we can do at this point in time. With the time, yes.
Next one is, I'm not sure, it's a comment saying, I'm not sure the optional services should be the same for all the USSP within the U-Space. Assuming it is not mandatory by the CIA for that U-Space, there is no harm to allow one USSP to provide the service and another one not provide it.
Well, there is a harm. Because, I mean, if we have USSPs provided different set of service, there is no harmonized operational set of procedures for the UAS operators in that aerospace. I don't know which service, maybe weather, okay. But one thing is important in the process of certification. We need to be sure you are providing those mandatory services. If you have any other additional service that you want to provide as a part of your package, and we are certifying the mandatory services, you need to ensure that those additional services and the implementation of those will have not hazards, will not create system-generated hazards in the provision of the other services. So The certification should assure a complete separation of the provision of those. That's clear. And again, if you provide services that they are not mandatory, so you can do it, and probably you will even earn more money. This will not be certified, but there is no credit. No certification, no credit. I don't know, you want to complement?
No, but I see the point. For instance, one of USSP decide for himself to provide conformance monitoring because that will be an help for operators. How do we manage that from a certification standpoint? Yes. With a limitation at some point because you will not be able to interoperate with the other USSP, so it will be a limited demonstration. But yes, that's something that we have to discuss, make sure that we know. And then, is it a certified service? Yeah, or whether
no credit, then you can provide, and we assure separation of the provision. So when you're providing that, there's another.
Yeah.
Some USP would come to me and say, I want to give the weather service as well, because I'll get more customers. The drones will crash less.
Mm-hmm.
Please certify me. I certify him, but not the next guy. And when McDonald's want to make a delivery,
yeah,
go. The one they prefer.
Okay, that's a case we need to discuss indeed aside, because I see what you are aiming. That's not something I was anticipating. I see that other matter because if it's mandatory, you may not have the data quality requirement, etc., etc. So you may miss plenty of inputs. So we are going to the details. Interesting discussion, and we do it right after or by email. But yes, that's something we have to look at. Yeah. Mm. Mm.
So the suitability assessment for the onboarding process at the destination use space member state competent authority seems like an additional certification process. How can be formalized such procedure as there is not an EU regulation on that end? Each member state need to create a new regulation about?
No, that's exactly the thing we want to avoid. We don't want to have an in-depth reinvestigation by the local authority. That's clearly, we don't want that. That's the thing we want, then to find a scope, a limited scope of investigation or assessment. Yeah. Please, Maria, if you want to complete.
The formalization, so yeah, so there's no additional certification. The formalization of cooperation between competent authorities, we usually have memorandum of cooperation. As Roman has said, yes, we need to probably in the next evolution of the regulation clarify this in the legislation. This is what we have, for instance, in the field of ATM ANS for cooperation between authorities. So yes, we need to clarify that. In the absence of that, as I said, is in the spirit of the basic regulation, and nothing prevents us to do memorandum of cooperation like we do for any other part of, let's say, for UIS operators, for LOCs, for AOCs, for many things. So this could be the formalization.
Then any intention to refer to industry standards for software assurance? So this was mentioned before.
Not today. We'll see if we need to increase the level of safety to introduce proportionality between systems, etc. Because then the standards that we were mentioning are very powerful for that. Today, no. Today, I prefer to have a kind of agnostic approach and to look in terms of software engineering, totally decoupled from any standards, and to see what is the best offer of my applicants, and to make this assessment on this basis, which is actually demanding because it requires more evaluation, more thoroughness in the discussion, and to see and more expertise by the team that will perform the investigation, to be able to take a bit of distance from the standard that we have today, and to assess in an objective way the quality of the processes and activities of the applicant. So the answer is no. and we'll see if that's realistic in the coming activities. Thanks.
There are several components of the system which are out of the USSP, especially at the HMI side. So, for example, the browser, the smartphone. How do you propose to tackle the software-hardware assurance of this?
So we have to discuss about the HMI. Maybe could be part, for instance, for the performance of the alerts that we would like to see to the operators, this kind of thing. So we still have to put boundaries on those aspects. And this is the thing I tried to hint yesterday about the responsibility of the operators in those pieces of hardware or software that they may have. So we are still discussing about the boundaries of certification, but quite likely it will not be in the frame of the certification. Yeah. For the hardware assurance, today we don't have specific hardware devices which are submitted with the certification of the USSP. We might have in case of inconspicuity because you need to have the infrastructure and the receiver and gathering the information. But today hardware is not really an issue. Software, yes.
Will the price of the CISP services be regulated?
So this is an answer that I will not provide. And as I said yesterday, that's the responsibility of the member state to regulate the cost and the prices. So if you have any questions, then you need to discuss with the member state or the European Commission because they are here to ensure the, and to regulate the market. That's not a question that we can answer in the frame of the use-based certification, the kind of thing, unfortunately.
Will it be available a common list of parameters to be controlled and reflected as certification point? Otherwise, how can be evaluated the gap at the onboarding process in a harmonized way?
And that's totally correct. And I would like to focus on those items actually instead of others, and to see what we need to have between authorities to enable that check. Yes, that's absolutely correct. So way to the type of parameters, the type of performances that need to be captured, etc., to make sure that, and as you say, this assessment is performed in a harmonized way. Yes, and that we are able to tackle that ahead in the certification process. Make sure that the outcome will encompass the things that we need to provide. Yes.
Then there is an example of an USSP that has been certified for 4 services in one member state and wants to offer the services in a different member state where 5 are mandatory. Any additional national certification necessary?
I explained it in the presentation. So yes, you will have to undertake a complementary certification or an extended certification to encompass these new services, but with the certifying, so the authority which already certified the 4 mandatory service. So there is no change. We are not transferring that responsibility to another authority. So you have a certifying authority. They should be the same for all the changes that you will do.
Then do competent authorities consider a fixed price for the certification, or are prices time dependent?
Then same answer. Prices, etc., are not in the remit of EASA. You have various and huge diversity of schemes over Europe. So it really depends on the wish, will, and intent of the member state with regard to the price and to regulate the cost of certification. So we cannot say, yes, we have flat fees, could be free. Us, EASA, we have an hourly rate. Totally, it's not random, but it differs from member state to between member states.
So in order to fulfill Article 17 and 18 of the 66, should or could the member state competent authorities rely on third competent parties to delegate part of the evaluation for certification?
The answer, yes, it could. Should, no, is may, actually. Is in the basic regulation that is They can use qualified entities, which needs to be qualified by the competent authority or EASA to be a qualified entity. And one is qualified, obviously it could use. It could use, and it's been done in other fields of aviation. So in principle, yes. If I take the example of EASA as a competent authority, before we can qualify a qualified entity to do something on behalf of EASA, we need to have we need to know first and have experience and have harmonized process and procedures that they are standardized to be able to qualify that qualified entity. At the moment, we don't have. So in the case of EASA, at the moment, we don't use. It doesn't mean that we never use. We will see with the time when things are standardized and we have standardized process and procedures on how this assessment can be done. So, but first we need to know what is acceptable for a competent authority before you can say, I'm gonna give this task to us as a party. We are not yet there. So it's very difficult to give. So if we don't know what is acceptable, how we can give this task to a third party to do this check on our behalf. So this is something I guess is understandable.
I take this one, and maybe either we go to the conclusion or we'll go back to the other questions. I don't know. Can the CISP be also USSP? I was expecting that one at the very beginning, actually. So the answer is yes. Maybe it was not been the intent of the regulation initially, but today there is nothing preventing it. However, that raises a lot of questions in terms of monopoly. That's the word, clearly. And we are discussing with the task force in order to make sure that when the CISP is also USSP, there is no impact on the fairness of the market, and there is no conflict between these internal USSPs and the external USSPs. So we are providing, or we are discussing some recommendation, make sure that if the CISP also USSP, there is no impact for the external USSPs, and that fairness and the access in a non-discriminatory basis to the data and the performance, etc., are respected. I think we provide some recommendation as output of the task force on that.
I think we need to clarify a little bit the way of what is represent a means of compliance and using an alternative means of compliance. So I don't know if you're familiar with 373. There is obviously a procedure on how to deal with alternative means of compliance. We have not the equivalent in the EU space regulation because it was foreseen that this procedure will be a sort of incorporated in the basic regulation when the basic regulation was amended, but then it wasn't incorporated. So, but the same principle applies. So if there is an AMC to in a specific implementing rule that has presumption of compliance, you comply with the AMC, you comply with the regulation. If you want to use another AMC, you need to demonstrate to your competent authority in charge of certification or operation authorization that you comply with the regulation. The process to show compliance with the regulations, by the way, assessing equivalence with the existing AMCs or that you have the same level of, say, compliance, and it doesn't jeopardize interoperability and safety, of course. But that is the main assumption. And there is one thing to be considered. An authority may accept an alternative means of compliance for that organization. They submit it to EASA. We evaluate and we give an opinion. The authority can continue accepting that alternative means of compliance no matter what EASA will say. If it is not recognized as an alternative means of compliance by EASA, that prevent mutual recognitions in the sense that another member state may not recognize that other means of compliance. So we are in this case. If it is recognized then by us as an alternative means of compliance, then it's published as ANC number 2. And we will publish. How long does it take? Long. Yes, it will take long. Again, it's possible. But I think I always say, instead of trying to apply an alt-mock, trying to support the development of the acceptable means of compliance, rather than going to, to go for an alt-mock is, I find always a very difficult way to achieve the intent. Now, there are DSDs projects ongoing, and the results are expecting to be considered. Yes, and we expect to receive those results for the improvements of the for the what Stefan has explained, the process that Stefan will be start leading next year on the improvement of the ANCs and guidance material. So these all results will go to improve them. We will not recommend to do individual mocks. It will take long and could jeopardize mutual recognition and interoperability. Now, we need to see concrete examples.
Yeah, two last one. A blacklist of bad behaving operators. No, we are not here to, we are not here to make the police of the airspace. However, you will see in the GM that we are requesting, or we are recommending, because that's the GM, the USSPs to take record. So the idea is not to point the finger on a given operator, but to get operational records. And then that will be also the responsibility of the competent authorities to see what's going on. And if there is an operator which in a systematic manner is not conformant, yeah, maybe there is something to tackle. But we had those discussions. First, we cannot play the role of law enforcement or this kind of situation, and it's been clearly stated by our legal department. So there is something, a barrier that we not foresee. We must step. And this is not intended today. Maybe the member state may define something like that because they are responsible of that kind of, they have that kind of responsibilities, not us as.
Take the last one. So we go with the last one.
The last one.
Yeah, Article 10 gives the impression. Article 10 gives the impression that USSPs cannot reject flight authorization requests when it is crossing a no-fly zone or it does not comply with the performance requirements for that area. Wouldn't it be better for the operator if they automatically receive rejection?
I wanted to take it because it's a misunderstanding. Indeed, the flight authorization is rejected when it crosses a no-fly zone. So that's really the goal. That's the safety measure we wanted to have, and we have it. So as soon as there is an intersection with a no-fly zone, the flight authorization will be rejected. And that's it.
Thank you for having come here to Cologne, and those in the WebEx again for having 2 days connected to our WebEx is long. It's very long and it's difficult, and you don't follow, and it's very difficult. So thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you very much for the contributions during the Slido. We hope that the workshop was useful. And it provides a little bit more clarification on how to read the AMCs and guidance material, on how to prepare for the implementation. We hope it has the level of presentations and question and answer sessions that it was sufficient to also interact and have the spirit that it still was a workshop. And we hope that the information that was provided was clear enough and helped again you to prepare for the implementation. We know that we were not able to answer all the questions. Maybe some we didn't even understand. Apologies for that. you know that we still have a lot to do. Stefan already mentioned that, and when it's the first time I saw the complete list, I am almost like, oh my God, where are we gonna do all this and when and how, on which resources? But yes, a lot still needs to be done. But Stefan said, I like very much his slide. Really, we need you also to help us. EASA doesn't do this with Stefan, Alberto, and myself. So we need you also to do all this work. And we hope with the DSDs, with the individual member states implementations, with the task force, with the webinars that Stefan and we will be announcing in the after the summer break to have a series of webinars on the individual subjects. We really hope that all these will serve to provide feedback, concrete feedback, a proposal for implementation that we can work on if we need to modify the ENCs and the modification, but on guidelines, explanations that helps everybody to ensure safe, harmonized, secure implementation of geospace in Europe. We are the only region in the world, as far as I know, in this situation. So really, everybody's looking at us, what we are doing. So let's keep this momentum. Let's be the example for the world, but let's do it safe. Guys, I think now is the ball on you, also on us for certification, but yeah. Thank you very much. Big applause for everybody and for Stefan.